quickly, this would be very phenomenal. And if not, that is completely fine. Welcome in, welcome in. Grand Rising, how are we doing? How are we doing? I don't need that on. I don't need that on. I could do this though. Grand Rising, y'all. Grand Rising. Let's see. Do we start with the readings or do we start with the 2-card pulls? Where's my coin? Hi, there you are. I'll just ask. Which one we do. Whichever path is right. We do 2-card pulls for reading. Reading it is. You shall do the reading first, and then the 2-card pulls. How am I? I am. I have to think about it. I'm not bad. I am just in a state of existence. I don't know how I'm doing right now. And that's like a good thing because I don't feel bad. I just don't know how I'm doing just yet. If that makes any sense. I'm just kind of here. I'm just kind of here, but my spirits are lifted. So take that as you will, I guess. Right now, I can't really tell you how I'm feeling. I really would have to sit and like delve into myself because right now I'm just, I don't know. I'm light. I feel very light. So I'm not in a bad place. I don't know. You put me on spot. Now I gotta like think about this. Hold on. No, I'm doing well. I don't know. I guess that's the only thing I can say. There's nothing really going on. I'm just kind of vibing. I'm just kind of in the space right now. It's just interesting. But we're gonna go jump into the reading, and then we're gonna do 2 cards in spirit direction. Anyway, I hope you all are doing well. Let's see what we can get out of the cards today, and see what guidance we may be needing moving forward. There probably will be a bit of channeling coming out as well. I'm just interested to see how that's gonna work because I did that too. I don't know. I've really just been working more with the angels, so I just don't really feel much. You know what I mean? Like when you work with the angels, you literally lose all sense of feeling, and you're just stuck with just like serenity almost. Like you just kind of don't have any weight, which is very interesting. I've noticed that a lot the more I work with the angels, even some secret angels, as so they're called. Well, they're called omnipotent angels, is what they're called. And I was working with a few of them last night, and it's a totally different feeling. I haven't felt like this in a while. And it's not like, again, it's not a bad thing. It's just so, it's like I'm not even here. It's like I don't remember being in flesh. I feel like completely light. It's very interesting. The angel work is usually like that. When you work with angels, it's usually a very interesting and feeling motion like that. It's super weird. I've just been doing more Enochian studies and stuff, learning different angel names, saying them, calling upon them, and all sorts of fun stuff. So it's been really nice, honestly. I cannot complain. Um, got the Two of Pentacles. Don't juggle today. Don't be wishy-washy today. Don't allow yourself to be swayed by one side or the other. Really dictate how you want today to go and stick with it. That's what I'm getting heavily. Especially with the two, come like connect with yourself. Connect with allow your feminine to connect with the masculine. One is feminine, two is masculine. There's something about, if you're going to do something, just do it. Like don't be so wishy-washy. That's the best word I can come up with right now. I don't know why. But don't jump back and forth between two ideas. Definitely today, if you had a plan that you made maybe yesterday, or you had a mindset that you were hoping to have today, do your best to keep that solid today. Don't be moving back and forth between all these things. Yesterday doesn't exist. If you made a plan for yesterday, follow it as well as you can, but don't attach yourself to anything that may have had happened yesterday. No matter if it was like a high a high vibrational or a low vibrational thing. Just allow yourself to exist in the moment now, so you don't have anything to compare to in that sense. You know, with the Three of Pentacles, yeah, I mean, there it is. Just follow the plan through. Really, really, really follow the plan through that you had. The feminine has the instructions, your heart has the instructions, your masculine, your mind has the plan to move forward. You need to be the one to move forward with it. It might be a little difficult or a little bit different than what you're used to. It might be your first time doing it, or if it's not your first time doing it, you might just struggle with keeping a certain mindset for a long period of time, which is okay, we all do. Because on the Three of Pentacles, the chisel and the hammer are in the opposite hands. The chisel is in the right hand and the hammer is in the left, even though the chisel should be in the left hand and the hammer in the right. And the gold is wrapped around the waist, representing that you're holding back some form of divinity, some form of gold, some sort of prosperity, and the purple's on you to just represent the higher sense, the royalty, the divine that needs to be around you at this time, so you're able to craft what you're needing to. So be able to be fluent in building like that today. Just even if you're not sure about the instruction, just kind of follow it to your best way. Don't put too much stress or pressure. Today is definitely a relaxation day. Don't stress. If you have to stress, I mean, feel it for what you need, but don't let it take over your entire day. You know what I mean? It's okay to lay in a slump for a few hours, but try your best not to go the whole day. If you have to go the whole day, that's okay. Don't beat yourself up. We're all at running our own different paces. Take your time and just be really easy. What is up with this going in order today? I shuffled these cards. I didn't even put them in order. I've shuffled them so much. We had the Four of Pentacles reverse. Yeah, it's like letting go today. There's something coming in order. There is an order of operations that's happening right now between you and the divine. With 2, 3, and 4. 2 literally being the masculine, 3 being the unification of 1 and 2, making it the whole, and then 4 being time and matter. There is some, I mean, if you did something last night, a prayer, a seance, a ritual, whatever, let go of how you expect it to come in today. If you've made a request, let go of how that's supposed to come in today. If you just woke up yesterday and, I mean, well, you know, if you just had yesterday and had like a horrible day or even a good day, just let go of that. So you, again, don't compare it. It's just time to release. It's something about the physical as well. Might be finances, might be how you're seeing the physical. It could be a friend, something, a way of working, a way of being, a way of doing. However, there's just a need to really detox from that, because there's something coming in. With 2, 3, and 4 happening like that, that's 9. There's an ending. This is like, it's like you've been in the final few days before these things are coming in for you, and that might be a little bit rambunctious for you. Like you might be having a lot of energy fluxes, Just allow yourself to really relax within those energy fluxes and let yourself know that those things that you're wanting are coming in. You're just needing to match the code for it at this time. And with the Hierophant reverse. And the Hierophant is 5. Numerology wise, this is getting crazy. Um, 9 and 5 is 14, and that's 5, obviously, again. So, really keep an eye out for what rules you're not following. Pay attention again to your morals, to your moral compass, to the way you're wanting things to go moving forward. If you're not wanting to have a bad day, do your best to stay away from things that are going to make you have a bad day. Stay away from the thought forms. If they pop up, cool, but catch yourself, doing it. It's okay to have those thoughts. It's hard to control them at first, right? But when they pop up, make sure that at some point you're consciously aware of it and be like, why am I thinking like this? What is the true reason for me thinking like this? Stop that mind in motion so it doesn't create a wormhole and put you in it. But there's a rule and there's a connectivity that's needed today. So again, really just stay tapped into yourself today. Really, really, really stay tapped into yourself today. Don't allow certain things to come towards you and throw you off your rocker. And then we have the Empress reverse, because again, there's something about you not getting nourished, maybe even nourishing yourself. If you feel like um doing something different today, I don't know. Today's just it's the energy is really just relax. Like don't worry. Something is being handled in the background. Something is it's like there's a plan that you've had, or there's a way of life that you've kind of been trying to like manifest in, that it's slowly coming in, and it has been. It's just been growing. It's I don't know why. I don't know why, but I'm just getting Osiris. I feel like Osiris wants to come through. If some of y'all work with the Egyptian gods or however, Osiris is definitely trying to contact you. I just got that really heavily. Really pay attention today. There's a sign of receptivity. Is that like receiving? There's a sign of receiving. I don't remember how to say that word right now. But there's a sign of receiving, and you're gonna need to be in this relaxing energy to receive it. It's about like it's really interesting because you've been in this masculine energy and it's time to really like step into the feminine. And even if you feel like you've been in the feminine, it's about stepping into it a level deeper, just a little bit deeper, so that you're able to truly see all that's around you right now. Like really be observant. Really, really be observant. It might be something that someone says to you. It might be something that you just see and catches your eye. It might be you just do something different when you wake up, or something different before you sleep. Something different that you do in the afternoon. However, it's something about it's time to move, and there's something that you're just gonna do that's not gonna be normal. There's a boundary that's dropped, that's allowing more to come through. With the Knight of Swords even coming through, there's a thought form. There's something that you've been thinking about, something that you've been praying or trying to manifest that's about to move towards the physical right now. So really just allow yourself to detach and allow those things to come through. The white horse being the masculine, the work that you've done has been heard, it's been accepted, and it's time for those things to come through. You are heavily protected. The last thing you really need to protect yourself from is that rational mind. That's really what you need to protect yourself from at this time. Because, following the path of the rational mind will definitely lead you to the tower. You're either overwork, or you'll do something that doesn't need to be done, and it will cause more distress. It will cause more panic, more destruction around you. And that's not really what you're needing to do at this time. This might even be like, you might even realize that this might be a cycle that happens whenever something good's about to come up, and then you end up panicking about it. And even though you panic about it, it still happens. You just put a little bit more stress on you than you needed to. That's the type of cycle that you might be breaking right now, or be going through. And even though it's in a different form, a different phase of it, it's still that same root cause. So be careful of not overextending yourself. Be careful of not making yourself, do all this crazy stuff just to fall down and not receive what you need to receive. Especially if you've been putting requests in. If you've been putting requests in, there's definitely a seeing, a knowing, an acceptance from the divine. Really just make sure that you're not tripping yourself up. You know, don't lose your crown. The divine's holding you up for a reason. The divine's moving you forward for a reason. Allow them to move you forward so you can see something better. Again, nurture the idea. Allow yourself to know that whatever you planned, whatever you're going to be doing today is going to work. Don't sit there with this mindset of, oh, what if it doesn't? Don't do that. Don't tear your own magic down. Allow yourself to know that it's what you desire, and what you desire will come true. It's come true in the past. It's come true in multiple situations. Even the things that aren't so good, even though you might not have consciously desired it, there is a part of you that was overpowering at that time that was desiring it, and it had more of that control. It had more of that force because it wasn't being controlled. It wasn't being seen properly. So now that we've gone through all this healing, all these different stages, all this relaxation, all these other things, it's time to step into this phase of knowing what I want will come to me. What I'm desiring will come to me. I just need to make sure that this thing is on the same page as what I'm getting from this thing. And as long as Jack and Jill are communicating in a way that's going to be translucent and like respected, not the way that Jill's going to talk to Jack, but the way Jack's going to respond to Jill, obviously, because the mindset doesn't have to follow the rules of the divine. It doesn't have to be all one way. It will definitely switch up if it feels the need to. It's just about really letting yourself know that everything you are doing is going to work. There's not a need to overdo something. There's not a need to over panic about something. There's not a need to overload the energy to make it come in quicker. It could literally stop it even, you know? So really allow yourself just to be in that mindset of everything is coming towards me that I'm wanting it to. Time is not what I'm worried about. It's not really time. You're really just more worried if it is going to come in. But the rational mind will compare it to time. When is it going to come in? How is it going to come in? How much? You know, all these things that don't necessarily matter. Just allow the divine to move through that for you so that everything can move forward. What's wrong with all these weird people today, bro? God, go to school. It's the magician reverse. And again, this is just showing you, we just literally had a conversation about this. We really talked about it. But the magician reverse, that's been that cycle of poor manifestation of black magic that's been used on you by yourself. Because black meaning death, magic just meaning the ability to create, is just a form of your own consciousness at its root form. Everything comes from you. This black magic is really just poor magic. It's magic that's hiding things from you. It's magic that's keeping things away from you. It's magic that's changing things around you. And it's not letting you stay in that stable state of wanting to get what you're desiring. So allow yourself to know that. Allow yourself to move forward. Allow yourself to see the past cycles and be like, all these things, they didn't work out for me for that reason. What can I do differently today? Yep, allow it to nurture you. With the star, allowing that to nurture you. Allowing those experiences, allowing the physical around you right now to even nurture you. You might have to do something that's a bit out of character. You might have to do something that's that you're not really used to doing. You know, talking to someone different, starting your day off a bit different. You know, just changing up these small things that might be keeping you in these certain cycles that you know that you need to do. Giving yourself that 15 minutes whenever you first rise to really just relax and not just jump into work. You know, again, there's something that in the subconscious realm, in the hidden realm, that you're needing to do. Something within in the action realm, where you're needing to read the rules and do a certain action that you've been desiring deep down to do, but you just haven't done it yet. Those things are going to free up that energy. Those things are going to free up your vessel, allowing you to attract more. But again, first to even figure those things out, you have to connect back to yourself. Really ask yourself, what is it that I'm desiring to do? Don't just ask yourself in the mind space, ask yourself in the heart space, so you truly know what you're trying to do, how you're trying to do it, and you know what's going to allow you to move forward. Because right now you don't have the scepter for this next step. Right now you don't really have the full permission to move forward, but you can if you want. It would be very difficult to without mother's support, which is again why you need to connect to yourself and get that scepter from her, so you can move forward with the totality, with the easiness. But right now, that's that missing link, is the totality of knowing what you're desiring to do, and not what you're just wanting to do, right? There's a difference between those things, and really your desires, your needs need to be going first rather than your wants. What's going to actually get you through situations, what's actually going to help you at this point in time. Even though it might be strenuous, take the small steps. Take those small steps. Look back at those past thoughts that were good. Look back at those past things that you were told, those past memories that were helping you get through. Look at those past events to allow yourself to move through. You know, don't allow yourself to get overwhelmed by your senses at this time. Really move forward in that sense, and take time to contemplate. Even again, you might have issues contemplating on it. It might not be something you can fully contemplate on. Even if this is like a dream that you had, contemplate on that dream. There's something about that dream that's going to tell you more, but you need to write it down. You need to see it somewhere physical. Sometimes you can do it from the headspace, sure, but really write it down so you know what happened, so you can really get things rolling quicker. You know. Because again, it's something about a blockage. It's something that you're just trying to show you about, hey, this is what's keeping you back. This is what's making you feel like XYZ. Something that this person did to you, programmed you a certain way that now you can't detach from. You need to detach from that flesh. You need to detach from that program so you can move forward. And that's really what's just going on right now, in the realm of things, is just seeing more of these small programs, these small things that have been keeping you from a grander goal that is extremely capable of happening. But there's just these small things that need to be removed out of you because they're holding you back, but they're holding you back in ways that you might not even be noticing it. You might not even realize that an event that you went through amplified that matrix, amplified that programming. It didn't used to be as bad, but because of that being a traumatic experience that you went through, that's where you're ending up starting everything. That's the last point you can truly remember where it actually had an impact on you. And you that this might be something that you talk to people casually about, like, oh, this doesn't bother me, all these things of that nature, but it does bother you. In fact, it bothers you so much that you're still talking about it, and you're telling it to other people because your subconscious is trying to show you and tell you, hey, this bothers you still. Hey, this is fucking you up still. You don't realize it internally, so we're making you talk about it externally until it clicks with you. We're making you have dreams about this individual, these things on purpose, so you can see what's holding you back. We're making you speak about it to other people so that other people can see like how that shaped you. And even though they might not say anything, it's supposed to click with you. It's supposed to get you to hear it because you hear your own voice when you speak. You know? So really focus on that, especially if you had a dream about someone from the past. Don't just immediately go, "Oh, they're doing something to me." Don't fall down. Don't go down that rabbit hole. That's not going to benefit you at all. That's going to cause a lot more stress. That's going to put you in a deeper matrix. Get out of that. Okay, do your best to at least. What you need to do is you need to actualize it. Write down that dream with the individual. Remember that dream with the individual. Try and get the scenes down. Write it down on paper if you can. Talk about it out loud if you can. You don't have to talk about it to someone in specific. You just talk to yourself about it, you know? Break it down. See what that was trying to show you. Because that individual, that situation, that place, that thing, whatever that was, put some boundaries on you. It amplified a matrix that wasn't there before. Or if it was there, it wasn't as bad. And you're needing to see that so that you can move forward, so that you don't have to be stuck in these past cycles anymore. Because this individual doesn't exist anymore. Not that they're, gone, off this 3D realm. They might be, I don't know, depending on your situation, right? It's just, they're no longer a thing. You're no longer in their existent realm. They're no longer in your physical reality. They don't exist. They don't have any proof other than a memory. If I had a cake in front of you and I ate that cake no longer exists, but you have that memory of it. If you hold on to that memory of the cake, that can create all these different feelings, that will create thoughts, that will generate more feelings, all those things. Same thing is happening with this individual. If you're not around them anymore, they're not existing. If you're still around them, and you're trying to find your way out of that situation, allow yourself to see what boundaries they put on you that's keeping you from moving out, moving away from those things, and work on that so you can for yourself at this time. This is that time, this is that justice, this is that equilibrium. This is the balancing of the scales. One thing happens so another thing can occur. Allow yourself to really just be in the energy of all these things might have happened, but they're all trying to show me different aspects of me that were either really noticeable or not noticeable at all. And now is the time to really be nurturing yourself and focusing on that, especially with Mercury retrograde coming in. We're already in Venus retrograde. It's going to be a lot of talking with relationships and connections. That doesn't have to be external. That can be solely internal. You know what I mean? Regardless, things are working out. You're going to be at the top of the wheel today. Things are working out in your favor. Do these things today. Don't stress out about the external reality. You're still here. Nothing crazy has happened. You're still here. You're still moving. You're still alive. You still got breath in your lungs. You still have a purpose. You still have a reason. That doesn't mean you have to exhaust yourself and work constantly and you know, be in a stressful situation. Just take today to really nurture that part of you, even if you've been doing that for a while. If you've been doing that for a while already, take today as a day off from that. Not every day has to be work, 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 heal, heal, heal. You can take days off. You can take a break. It's not an everyday thing. It could, you know, you might be, you know, but it doesn't have to be a main focus. You don't have to focus all day about it, you know. It could just be a nightly routine that you do. Okay, I did all these things. Let me see what I could do differently tomorrow, and then doing it that way. Or it could be when you first rise. Okay, so I want to do all these things today. What? Let me write them down and let me see if I can do them. Even if I don't, no pressure. It doesn't have to be a constant thing. Not everyone can handle that sort of constant pressure. So don't try and force yourself to fit that criteria if it's not for you. Allow yourself to just move forward the way that you can, the way that you're allowed to. And allowed to just meaning like your capacity too, by the way. Not saying that there's a force outside of you restricting you or anything. It's just saying as long as much as you can allow yourself truly is as much as you can really get done. You know, so don't force yourself. Remember that you are at the epicenter. You are the middle point of everything. That's why you see it and why you experience. Okay, we're back. Okay, we're back. I don't know how much was cut off. I really don't. Unfortunately. But I will begin off when I noticed it. I used to do this thing where I would like look through people's eyes in a state of consciousness. And I would look at people and I would be like, this person can see the world the same way I can, but differently. And I would sit there and I wouldn't try to like brain break them or break my own brain thinking about it, but I would look at it and I would say, I would see the individual and I would just kind of like, I would either think about them or I would stare at them if I was able to, like if I was talking to someone. It was a weird thing I'd do. And I would literally project my consciousness around them. And not in the sense where I was like entering them, but I would like be around them. And I would say, this is their viewpoint. And I would look from their viewpoint, I would see me and the whole room around and go, this is how they see things. But I'm the one seeing it from their eyes. So it's my consciousness entangled with theirs. How would they see it? From what I know of who this person is, I then took their viewpoints, their way of life, and I looked through their lens like that. And I would try to. It's kind of hard to, but it's a really fun mental exercise if you're like capable of doing it. But it really shows you like the center of people, how everyone is really just in the center of their own world. They have their own experiences, their own thought forms, their own feelings, their own like way of life that has shaped them to do what they need to do. And even though they might not be aware of their actions or of like what they're doing, they still are doing it because of a program inside of them that makes them feel like they have to do those things. It's a very interesting exercise. Definitely be careful. Definitely be careful, but it's super possible. I used to do it all the time. I did it as a child all the time too. Like I got in trouble as a child because I would stare off in this space when I was really just like staring at someone and being like, how does this person look? How does this person feel? I remember in elementary school, I was like looking at some kid biting his nails, and it was hurt. It like I started getting pain in my hand because I was like too deep in it. So I was like literally just picking up all the stuff that he was doing. It was like really weird. Anyway, just doing that really helps you see that it's not like just you. And there are people around you, even though they might not seem awake, and not awake in a spiritual sense, but awake in like a conscious sense. They still have their own way of life that shaped them to be that way, you know. And it's just seeing that the neutrality in things, seeing how your own opinions, your own experiences from yourself have dictated how something else is gonna be. and how that's not their fault or anyone else's fault other than you and your experiences. It's a really interesting way of looking at things. It definitely is a nice shadow work technique, especially a root work technique. Even I'll go far as saying that as well, because it really shows you where you're grounded at, what's created you. Um, I forgot that this card has two meanings. I'm not gonna read all of these. I will read the ones that are sticking out, which is overloaded, heavy responsibilities, overtaxing oneself, self-imposed obligations, victim by force or by choice, um, indifference, thinking things aren't my problem, and an unwillingness to help. Really being focused on that, and the unwillingness to help. That's not necessarily saying that you're not helping, but it's more of seeing the program, seeing the cycles that you're going through, and kind of falling down that same loop of I don't know what to do, even though deep down inside you do. It's about really quieting the mind and being able to connect to that point, asking for that assistance, asking for that guidance. But don't overbear yourself. I forgot to say it. It's Simon of Cyrene. I should have said that before. But it's really about like not overburdening yourself. Don't feel like everything has to be you. Don't feel like everything uh, has to be changed immediately, or that everything needs to be handled right now. There's time for everything, and right now is not a time for extreme force or extreme action. We have the two black candles, which is excessive ambition, pursuing a path, achievements of goals by any means necessary, efficiency, develop sense of intuition and great potential. Because it's like there's a lot of growth, there's a lot of movement. It's just you're wanting things to rush. You're not gathering the abundance from it, the lessons, the reflection points from it that you're needing to see at this time. You're not receiving the full message almost. It's like contemplating, even contemplating about things like after they happen after a while, just going, you know what, this happened. Why did this even happen? Why did I actually need to go through these things? And what did these things actually teach me? And not about the flesh. Don't be petty with it. Be like it's about the flesh. No, no, no. It's about truly what did that teach me? We have Baal Berlith in the Lord Covenant Gemini energy, which is union, duality, a partnership, choosing one or two divergent paths, a business deal, emotional equilibrium. Oh my goodness, conflict resolution and reunification, prudence and diplomacy, negotiation, entering into a contract, an important contract or an agreement. And we need a secondary card for this one as well. So I'll get one. We got embodiment of evil, which is instability, humiliation, injustice, inflictor of injury, a crisis point. There seems to be, yeah, again, it's just connecting back to the wholeness of things. There's a new way of life, a new way of connectivity, and that's Mars energy. I don't remember if I said that was Mars energy. But there's a new way of life, a new contract, a new. This could be a spiritual contract. This could be an actual contract. This could be a new job, a new form of income, a new place to go, wherever. But this is just seeing the opposite side of that and really allowing yourself to take action with that. Don't allow the bad, if you wish to describe it that way, right? Don't allow the things that you deem negative or bad or evil that have happened to you dictate the way you move in life fully. It's really hard to do, easier said than done. Totally get that. But that's what needs to be said. Is really allowing yourself to go within yourself and see why those things happen, the deeper meaning. If you're going to call yourself spiritual, then please do yourself a huge favor and spiritualize things. Don't look at the physical. See the true meaning. See the energy behind it. Don't see the 3D things behind it. Don't see the labels, which are 3D things behind it. See the energy, the pure raw energy that came from inside of you that was then birthed externally. See that as for what it is and allow yourself to digest it. Even though it might be hard, it might be sour or just gross to eat or digest, it's still something that needs to be done so you can move past it, so you can overcome those things. We have B Thor, a symbol of Jupiter's spirit, which is great achievements, a successful individual, optimism, charisma, fate, skyrocketing to success and wealth. Be careful of walking down the path of faith. Fate. I keep saying faith. They're really the same word. Anyway, be careful of not walking down the path of fate. Don't allow things that have happened to you determine where you're going to go next. That's fate. Allow yourself to move forward. Jupiter on your side today. Jupiter's working with you. If you work with the planets, if you work with Sachael, I forgot. Hold on, let me look up. Let me look up. I should. What the hell happened to this? Ooh, hold on. I should know this off the top of my head. Working with angels, I just don't. I was right. It is Sachael. I know my angels. What am I second guessing myself for? It's also Zadkiel, but Sachael. I know my shit. Come on. Get your head in the game. Quit second guessing yourself. If you work with the angels, talk to Sachael or Zadkiel. They'll help you out. Jupiter's on your side. There's a great achievement. There's things walking towards you. There's things truly shifting in your life. Allow those things just to happen. Call on your angels. If you work with the planets, use your planetary sigils for Jupiter. Even though today's not a Jupiter day, the planets pop up 4 times, 2 times in the rising and 2 times at nightfall, shadow hour, whatever you want to call it. So just looking up those planet times and doing that. Even if you look at those times, you can look at the times of the days that angels occur, which correlate with the planet, and then you can pray to that angel at that time. It's usually like an hour and a half with each planet popping up, with the 2 times a day. So gauging that, but you can pray to the angels at that time too if you need to. However you need to go about this, whatever makes you feel more comfortable, whatever you just decide to do, whatever your spin is, just do that today. Really be in connectivity with them because they're really trying to get with you. And then we have the Witch's Sabbath, which is Scorpio energy, and you are 8. That is not the right side. That was 18. That's 10. I thought that was a V. That's literally 13. Excuse me. I went blind for a second. Now I gotta go all the way across the book and find it. That is 13. I know my Roman numerals. I'm just not able to see. Alright. And half these pages don't want to work with me. Witch's Sabbath. There we go. So Witch's Sabbath is public recognition, teamwork, and cooperation. Same-sex relationships, dishonest competition, hiatus, a commemorable event, holidays, initiation, a meeting amongst a meeting amongst professionals, and an enjoyable time with associates. Is that all? Alright, good. So again, it's like recognition, working with the angels, working with your team. How are you gonna do? Take a break, hiatus, you know? If you are in the field for same-sex relationships, only if you are. If you're not, don't worry about it. So many people get upset about that. I don't know why. If that's something that you're looking to get into, keep your eye open, I guess. You know what I mean? There's events happening. There's holidays coming up. There's an initiation. You might have passed your initiation that you had to go through. Whatever rituals, humiliation rituals, whatever you had to go through, the back-breaking shadow work, the whatever you had to go through. It's the initiation period. You passed. Jupiter's on your side. It knows that it's time for a break. But if you aren't going to take that break on the physical, how can you expect the things that you're wanting to come in from, that's going to come in after that break to happen for you? You need to be able to put that action in. And funnily enough, when you are taking a break, that is still a masculine action because you have to decide and choose to do that break. You have to sometimes end up fighting yourself. Oh, I can't do this today. I don't need to do this today. I don't need to do this today. You have to end up fighting yourself in that sort of way. So it is a masculine energy in a sense, but not a masculine dominant energy. You know what I mean? We'll get animal cards, we'll get angel cards, and then we'll move forward. I'm still kind of stuck up on the whole angel thing. I should have really just trusted my gut. Not like a bad thing, but it's just like, I don't know. I would have never remembered that usually, but I've just been tapped in like that recently. All right. So we have Zebra, open-mindedness. There is more than one way of looking at things. You must be ready to accept alternative viewpoints and new ideas. You must open your ideas to new ideas and new ways of resolving problems. Dolphin, which is peace. The gentle nature of the dolphin reminds you to look for the good in everyone and strive to bring peace to your life and those around you. Trust your instincts and intuition rather than overthinking things. Beaver, which is balance. You are being told that hard work is important, but so is quality time with your loved ones. The balance between work, play, family, and career must be maintained for overall wholeness and success. Spider, manifestation. You weave your web in life. What you see before you are the results of your thoughts. If your current reality does not suit you, then it's time to make changes through conscious manifestation. Your energy can bring in all you desire. Sheep, which is innocence. You are encouraged to reconnect with the inner you, is the inner child, in order to become more spontaneous and playful and consider what life has to offer. With a greater sense of wonder, take some time this week and to get in touch with the innocence and vulnerability in you. Cat, which is independence. You are being encouraged to develop a balance between independence and also time of togetherness. This also indicates that you would greatly benefit from a profound journey of self-discovery. Learn to enjoy time spent with self. And last but not least, dog, which is loyalty. You may be feeling like those around you let you down or are not doing their fair share of work. This comes as a reminder that loyalty exists and you must not settle for anything less. You deserve better than mixed signals. And now we're going to move on to the angel cards. All in all, though, just really be in like that observatory mood. More than ever, today is definitely a day just to like observe yourself. Do not judge things as good or bad today. If you can truly do that today, it will be a very interesting day for you. It will be a very introspective and journeyful day. But if you have an issue doing it, totally understand. It's sometimes it's difficult, but do your best to stay in that neutral space. Just sit around and even if you have to work, let your mind wander on the opposite side. Just let it go. Like, so I'm doing these things, and these things are helping me. But how do I feel right now doing these things? Are these things helping me like feel better? Don't like drive yourself up the wall with it, but just see where you're at. Doctor yourself a little bit. Be honest with yourself, because you know the questions that you have to ask to yourself to get the truth to come out. You know how to talk to yourself. You know the questions. You know the stuff that you want people to say to you to get you to move forward. To comfort you. You have to do that to yourself sometimes. You really have to be that both parts. You really have to put in that full effort and be the one to comfort yourself and also be the one that needs comforted. It's a difficult thing to do when you don't do it as much, but it's like you're being asked to do that right now at this time. So pay close attention to that. Pay very close attention to that. Alright, so we have the Seven of Gabriel, Stand up for what you believe in, have confidence, and claim your personal power. The 6 of Gabrielle, congratulations, you've done a wonderful job. Time to move on to the next project, awards, scholarships, and promotions. 10 of Gabrielle, ask your angels for helpful people to lighten your load, working too many hours and trying too hard to please others. Decision with Archangel Joiphel, release yourself from which holds you back, a need to detox, unnecessary worry based on a lack of self-confidence. Work on that solar plexus and sacral chakra if you're having self-confidence issues. Those 2 chakras will hold you back from self-confidence if you're having those types of issues. You have the Ace of Gabrielle, a gift of passion, opportunity, and inspiration, the chance to do something amazing, and a sense of wonder. Divine guidance with Archangel Sandalphon. The search for meaning in life, consider an alternate approach, surround yourself with wise teachers or friends. The 8 of Ariel, take great pride in your excellent work, practice makes perfect, consider getting additional education or training. Then Gabrielle is coming out a lot. There's something about you needing to read your realm today. Because Gabrielle is going to make sure that something like a message gets to you. There's something that you really need to be seeing right now. Because Gabrielle does not usually come out this much. Anyway, that of Gabrielle, confidence, enthusiastic, courageous, and charismatic. Time to take action, great passion for a cause, instinctively knowing just what to do. The 5 of Michael, the situation doesn't serve you. Release your attachment to the outcome and consider taking a more uplifting approach. The 3 of Gabrielle, prosperity arising from wise planning, time to take the next step, optimistic plans that turn out as expected. And Ace of Ariel, it's your lucky day, new resources of money, time, and support, a change in job or promotion. And that is the messages. Those are the messages. And welcome in everyone that joined in. I just now can say that. 2 card pulls, any deck. You know how it goes. I have coin. We can do coin flips. If you want, just let me know what you're wanting, what the vibe is, and what deck you're wanting, or as well, so that we can get the exact messages that you're needing. Don't tell me whatever I want, because I'm going to tell you it's going to be you, because I want you to decide. So that's a loophole. I'm also eating. So I'm taking a little snack break and doing mini cards. So let me get that list going real quick. We got SG with angel cards. We got Amb with Shadow. I need to know what deck. Which way we're going with this. Tiana. Because they all can give you messages, but which one are you wanting the messages from is what we need to dial it down to. Dial it down to? That's not really the right term. Can you change? Yeah, you can change. Whatever deck I feel called to use. I feel called to ask you because I want you to decide. So that's a loophole that won't work on me. You have to decide, unfortunately. But yeah, you can change deck if you want. What deck are you wanting? Because I don't feel called to use any of the decks. I'm off, I just feel called to ask you. So I'm not. I don't play that game. I got you, Tiana. And yeah, I switched it to. I switched it to Shadow for you. So we'll get 4 shadows, and then 2 angels. 2 more times, we'll take the top and the bottom. Or the split, actually, I should say. Top and the split. Instead of the bottom. So we have... Interesting that Lord came out. Where is this? There it is. So we have Inventors of Evil, which is 40. And that says... Dexterity, excitement, falsehood, deception, eloquence, trading, persuasion, cynicism, a cunning person. Be flexible. Now is the time for being flexible. There might have been some things in the past that aren't lining up in a certain way, and that's because they're not exactly true. Be careful of being deceived. Be careful of any sort of like rose-colored glasses or any form of deception coming from either your way of thinking or coming from situations at hand. There might not be something seen as fully as it needs to be. We have Lord Pingerswick, which is authority, charisma, ambition, passion for challenges, overconfidence, exaggeration of one's own metrics, a workaholic person, an unexpected solution. Know that you have full control over the situation, which might be the whole like confusion, illusion, deception. But be careful that you're not overworking. Be careful that you're not steaming yourself out. Be careful that you're not being too cocky with it. Like, though you have the control over things, if you put too much in, yeah, this is you. If you put too much in, it can overthrow you right now. So be very careful, because whatever situation you're in isn't as it seems. You have a lot more control than you think, but don't let that control get to your head at this time. Don't allow that control to dictate too much of the physical. Allow yourself to move forward. Allow yourself to move forward very, very carefully, very, very peacefully at this time. Oh yeah, so we have, let me pull up the list. Let's see here. And then Cassandra, you wanted Shadow as well. Okay. I got the list. We're good. I just had to add one. I just had to add people. So we have I guess we have every single card in this deck wanting to flip upright and upside down at the same time. We have another Shadow. For Am. So I'll shuffle 2 more times. And then we'll take the bottom and the top. So first we have Wrath. Aggression, destructive behavior, bad temper, anger management, self-control, maintain clear thinking. Again, not really much anger. Definitely has to do with like mental behavior. Not saying that it's anything bad or you know, aggressive, but there does seem to be like a pressure within the mind that's like a non-obligation. Like you're not really wanting to do something. You're not satisfied with the situation. And there's a need to control those thoughts, that mindset, so that you're actually able to move forward, and move in a more stable direction that you're wanting at this time. We have Vulgar Magic with this Leo, which is fuss, trouble, ignorance, a caricature of inner strength, quackery, a love spell, minor trouble, vanity, proclivity towards levity over simplification. So definitely things can be a lot more simple than they can be right now for you. I feel like a mindset switch could really help you with that. Be very versatile. Like don't think that just because something is going against your thought patterns, just because you're wanting it to be one way, doesn't mean that it won't be able to form that way. allow yourself to really like be more flexible, be more versatile. You might even, it's like, because it's like with even with minor trouble that's kind of sticking out, you might feel like things are gonna go wrong, or you might be in like a tiny hiccup, but it's nothing too big. It's just that you're expanding. The only reason why it's expanding and feeling this big for you is because you've been putting this focus on it. So really see it in a new light. Things can be a lot more simpler right now. For like planning, or for the way you're feeling things, or for even your healing journey in general. Really take time to see that though at this time, Am. Um, really take time to just to step back, take another. If you've already taken a step back, try taking another one back, seeing it from a wider bird's view. You know, even a higher way of seeing things, a more wide version of seeing things as well, is really what's going to help you move forward at this time. So now we have angel cards. We'll get 2 out. Let me put you back in. I'll shuffle 3 more times, and then we'll take the top and the split. Of course, no worries. I guess we'll take that one because you just fell out. We'll just take the top after that. So, Tiana, your angel cards are the King of Raphael. Warm, generous, honorable, and refined. Yes, it's safe to trust. The ability to accomplish many things at once and follow your creative passions. And divine guidance was Archangel Sandalphon. The search for meaning in life. Consider an alternate approach. Surround yourself with wise teachers or friends. So whatever you're going through, if you're worrying about trusting going away, going a certain path, or doing something, it is safe to trust it. You're just needing to surround yourself with people that are actually going to keep you stable at this time. And if you don't have anyone around you at this time, definitely talk to your angels. Of course, we have the community here. Just allow yourself to be in a more stable environment. But it is safe to trust. It is safe to move forward, allowing yourself to see that fully and move forward at this time. And then we have Cassandra with more shadow. So what's going on in the shadow for Cassandra? And you're welcome. No worries. I don't know what the hell's going on today. I don't know. I'm not even going to talk about that. That was a funny observation, but I'm not even going to talk about it. Alright. So your first card, interesting. Again, Vulgar Magic. Cassandra, yours first one is Vulgar Magic. Let me switch down to it real quick. Fuzz, trouble, ignorance, we talked about all of it. There's a simpler way to moving forward through things. There might be some trouble that you're going through. Again, Leo energy. Be careful of... I'm focusing heavily on quackery. Some things just might seem very stupid and silly around you at this time. Don't over-focus on those things. Like, it feels like small hiccups that are just slowly pecking at you. And it's trying to get you to act in like a past way, or it's trying to get some form of reaction out of you. Be very aware of that at this time. Don't feed whatever is like bothering you. Because it's not like it's anything big. It's just like ever so often, it's just like a little dink. And it's just like, why did that have to happen? You know, don't focus on the whys of those happening. Just allow those things to move forward. With the 50-50 and the angels? Yeah, I can do that. Do you want to know the other shadow card? Because I just now pulled that regardless. But I can definitely do a 50-50 with the angel if you need. If you don't want to know the other card, it's okay. I'm just gonna keep it out in case. But yeah, either way, I'd just be doing one card with the angels for 50-50. And we'll take this. We'll take, I guess, this one because you want to pop out. So anyway, the Queen of Michael, brilliant, self-reliant, insightful, and humorous. You know exactly what to do. The benefit of experience, a time for your career rather than relationships. So that is that for you, Cassandra. Definitely though, there seems to there's just like these small tiny issues that are popping up. Really just take time to see through them and don't become so attached to them. Again, with the Queen of Michael even coming out, you know what to do to get over these small like hiccups. You know what to do to get over these like tiny molehills. Um and just allow those small hiccups to kind of just exist. They're there to teach you a deeper meaning. They're there to teach you a deeper insight of self at this time. All right. Awesome. A bagel. I'm just eating a bagel. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, I got cream cheese on mine, but it's a blueberry bagel. You gotta keep it real. You gotta keep it real. All these boxes around me. You want another shadow? Okay, let me find it again. There it is. The other shadow for you was one that we actually had in the main reading. Simon of Cyrene. Let me go to it real quick. And it has two meanings. So it's overloaded. I'll just read the ones that are sticking out heavily. But it's overloaded, heavy responsibilities, overexertion, overtaxing oneself, excessive burdens, an invitation for manipulation, and indifferences at this time. Just being aware of those moving forward. You might just be feeling, agitated because of the small hiccups going around. But don't let those bother you, and don't push them away into the sense of saying like these don't matter, because they do matter, but don't allow them to like control you and control everything that you're trying to create around you. Yeah, because, well, not the whole brain, but the rational part of the brain, which is a function of the right side. People like to say that the right side of the brain is where all your creativity is. That's a bunch of horseshit. We're taught backwards for a reason. It's the left side of the brain that is connected to the spiritual, and the right side that is connected to the physical. The right side of the brain is the rational side of the brain. The left side of the brain is the divine part of the brain. The left hand is connected to the right part of the brain because you receive from the physical, and the right hand is connected to the left side of the brain because whatever you're giving came from the divine. In that sense, it's just they got the operations of those backwards. So that's like a whole thing that people like constantly say, like, oh no, it's your right brain that's creativity. No, it's not. Your right brain is logistics. Your left brain is creativity. Hmm. Sorry, I'm going down a wormhole. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Of course, no worries, Cassandra. Does anyone else need reading? I went down a little like a mini rabbit hole. My brain got clicked onto plutonic relationships, and that's just like a relationship involving Pluto. And then I had to look up the word tonic, and that's like that has to do with muscular tensions, which is contractions, and contractions are something that's agreed upon. So it just took me down a rabbit hole there for a minute. What did you say? Emotions are created? Emotions aren't real. Emotions are just the actions that you take. They're created from you, the self, if you want to go down into it, but emotions are not even real. What you're really trying to figure out is where your feelings are created, which comes from a heart space. Feelings are created by the divine. Emotion is just energy in motion. How is that energy going to move forward? Take off the ion of emotion and you have emote. That's how you move. How are you moving with the energy from the divine? Based off that feeling. That the emotions is just a blanket term for what we're trying to deal with. When you're angry, sometimes your emote for that of being angry is to punch someone or to scream. Sometimes you just sit down and do nothing. That emotion isn't a real thing. It's that feeling that you're having that's creating yourself to move in a certain way. People say emotions because they don't understand how we work. The brain, the body, or even the mind, or the mind, the body, nor the soul know nothing of emotions. They only know a feeling of that vibration. How you move forward is based off of that. Is retribution an emotional feeling? Well, there's no such thing as an emotional feeling. Either. But if you're talking about vengeance in its sense, vengeance is a state of mind. Everything is a state of mind, which is why there's no real emotion. There's no real way to emote something out properly. Because it's all based off the funding and how you use it. So if you're talking about just getting vengeance on someone, that's just a mindset. And God had many begotten sons. Look up the word begotten. If your heart chakra is blocked, your connectivity with the divine is blocked. You won't be able to hear messages. And then that blocks your third eye chakra, which keeps you from seeing the truth of things, which can both block off your feelings. But when your heart chakra is blocked, your third eye chakra is gone. You cannot have a blocked heart chakra with a working third eye chakra. It does not work like that. Once your heart chakra is blocked, your third eye chakra basically shuts off, because your third eye chakra is funded by the heart. Your third eye, because your third eye chakra is literally, you're in your pineal gland, it's in your brain. If your feelings aren't being heard correctly, you're not going to know how to move with it. No, because inciting violence onto someone to discipline them is only going to create more violence. I don't want to abuse or hit my kids if I were to have any. That doesn't do anything in the grand scheme of things. Sometimes. Sometimes it can. from people who I've talked to and from what I've experienced more pain in the back when it comes to solar plexus than sacrals. But your sacral can definitely hit like your very very back, like the final vertebrae, right before it hits to the root chakra, because your root chakra is like the base of your vertebrae, basically. So your sacral can definitely affect those last like few for lower back pain, as well as your hips. It can definitely fuck up your hips bad. So if you have a hard time like rotating or hip movements or whatever, it's definitely a sacral chakra blockage. And blockages only go as far as you know them to go. So like, you can have a blocked chakra, but it not be completely unfunctionable. You know what I mean? Was that when I had my first aha moment when I was in spirituality? Like 7 or 6. It was between 7 or 6. If I can I'm trying to like put my finger on the exact. Because anytime I think about my past, there's one memory that I get stuck on. I have to like dig deeper than that one memory, because that's not even, has nothing to do with being spiritual. I just remember throwing up on the bed after my mom made it. I don't know why that was such a traumatic experience for me, but it was. Because I didn't get in trouble. I guess I just felt really bad about it. It was around 7 or 6. It was around those years where I had my first, like, major awakening. That's such a weird memory to have, like, lodged in my brain. I really don't. And it's even worse because I can see it, but not even from, like, my point of view, but from, like, a 3D point of view. So I'm literally, I literally see my entire room. I see, man. That's so weird. I can do all that, but I can't rotate an apple in my head, which is fucking bizarre. That's like the only thing I can't do with my brain. Well, there's more, but if I can have high definition memories in an omnipotent state, why the fuck can I not rotate an apple in my head? Like, really? That should be easy work compared to what I'm like, how I'm seeing my memories. I'm always gonna be baffled about that. No matter what I do, I've tried exercises, I've tried all sorts of shit. I get a flash of an apple and it goes away. I don't get to rotate it. But if I need to remember that time at SeaWorld where I got fucking sprayed by a whale and didn't know it was whale pee and started freaking out because I didn't know that a whale peed on me, I can fucking remember that. I can see everyone that was there too. But tell me to rotate an apple in my head, I'll be there for an hour. I won't be able to do shit. The human error is phenomenal. Human error is so beautiful. I don't get it. I really don't, but you know what? It's okay. Was up like a dead person last night? I don't know if that's good or bad. It's probably good. Why did I wake up last night? I remember waking up last night. I don't remember why. What did I wake up from? What was that whole thing? Because the last dream because that was the dream I woke up from. To go take a shower. And do this. But then I woke up again. I'm gonna have to think back to that. Was it part of the same dream? Did I even wake up last night? Was that like something that I just thought I did? Hold on. No, because I did wake up I woke up like an hour after my first, and then I woke up at like 2. I don't know. I think the first dream was an astral travel. I don't even think I was dreaming. I went somewhere. It was like for an hour. Yeah, because I fell asleep at like 10 and then woke up at like 11:30. I don't know what that was. I'm thinking about my dreams. I can't. It got me down going down rabbit holes. How are we going down rabbit holes? Oh, you know what? I'm feeling it. I know. I'll see what's popping up. I'm curious. I ain't got nothing else to do. Time isn't real. Time is not a line. It is around. Time morphs and bends constantly. It's technically it technically goes within a circular motion. But for some reason, you want to have a timeline or like time graphs instead of like an actual like representation of it. I don't know. Oh, it's got cold in here. It's got really cold. Who's in here? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I get it. Oh my god. I did not expect all those cards to just jump around like that. I mean, really, if we're gonna get down into it, all channeling is picking up on different frequencies. Like, when you channel, your brain goes into theta waves. So it's a completely different frequency that you attune to when you are channeling. Yeah, I hear them talk back all the time. To me, it's not even worrisome. To me, it makes me happy because it's like the one thing that you're really wanting to do is get that proof, that audio proof. Really, um, so to me, it doesn't really bother me. It's not really like a scary thing. I've heard some crazy shit with the stuff. I mean, then again, I've just grew up with this, so it's not really like a bother to me because my as a child being able to hear certain things and stuff like that, it never really like bothered me. That and also I can hear conversations that happen down in the lobby from where I'm sitting right now. Uh, I I'm just used to it. I will pick up on people's conversations that I don't even want to fucking hear about randomly, and I would just sit there and listen in on it. I don't even want to be nosy. I don't want to be nosy, but it's just one of those things. It clicks on, and I'm hearing someone talk about their ex partner, and I'm like, "What the hell? Why are you talking about that?" I remember at the other apartment, not the other apartment, but the other hotel I was at, some people down the hall were arguing about someone stealing someone's lighter, and then they got kicked out the next day for smoking meth in there. And I was just sitting there, like, trying to sleep, hearing them yell about a lighter. Like, they wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. They're like, well, "Who took my lighter? Who took my?" No one took your fucking lighter. It was on the desk the entire fucking time. And then when they found it like 2 hours later, they started laughing their asses off. And I was just like, dude, why did I have to hear that? What was the purpose of that message coming through? Why is someone yelling about their lighter so important that the divine said listen in on this? Like, what was that about? Can I get an explanation? I never got an explanation for that still. I'm gonna have to ask again. Because I hear some stupid shit. I hear. Mm-mm. I do. I hear some weird shit. I don't. It's different. How do I know it's actual conversations? Because I get proof on the physical. For me specifically, I get proof on the physical. There's always something that happens after. If you're not sure, you can ask for proof, and then if you get your proof, it's there. If you don't, then it's probably in your head. Really, it's all in your head. If you're going to say that, if you're really going to go that route, everything's in your head when it comes down to hearing those things, because that's the only place it can come from. Even though the vibrations may be external, they can only be internally digested and overstood. But if you are talking about personal experiences with channeling and things, you ask for permission. I mean, not ask for proof, not permission. Ask for proof on the physical that so that what you're hearing is accurate. It doesn't have to be related to the thing that you're hearing, as in delusion. Well, again, because it's again proof. There's always something that follows up. Like literally the next day, they got kicked out, and as well, it's something that you have to attune yourself to. If you don't have a clean crown chakra, if you're not protecting your crown, if you're not doing those meditations to tap into that type of thing, then yeah, it can definitely seem like that. But everything that you hear and see is real in some form of fashion. Man, I'm not gonna answer any more questions about my hair being cut. I've been doing that for too long. I'm not gonna entertain those questions no more. I'm tired of seeing them. It don't matter. Don't focus on it. There's other things going on that's more important than that. Please. I can't. It's been almost a month at this point. I can't ask. I cannot be asked to answer those questions no more. I still to this day get comments from people asking that. I'm about to make that like a banned term. I'm about to make hair a banned term or something because it's popping up too much. No, no, no. I just cut it. There's no like beyond the realm reason. I'm not attached to the physical to have like any form of like spiritual change by doing that, you know. So that wouldn't even if I, you know, I don't know. You have to be attached to something on the physical, to some degree to allow like removal of something of your physical body to have a spiritual effect on you. And unfortunately, I'm not like that. Well, fortunately, well, however you want to see it. Spirituality and physics and biology go hand in hand. You can go as far up as you want to those studies, but then it starts getting spiritual. They know about it. The scientists know, the biologists know, the fucking quantum physicists know. They all know that at some point it gets spiritual. They just don't want to admit it. Which is why they keep trying to find one singular thing and they always find a second pair. No, they'll never find anything single and it scares them and they don't want it to be real, but it's fucking real. Because they want to say, oh, we're here alone. We don't have anyone. No, you do. You can't, you break the European bonds that you have on you from the 1700s and just get with the program. Okay, there's always going to be two, and no matter how much you look for it, you're not going to find it not being there. It is invisible, and whatever you try to search for, it will find you. They're literally gonna explode, trying to find a singular thing. It is simply impossible. It doesn't even matter if you. Oh, I have one sock. Well, guess what? The inside of the sock is different from the outside because the inside of the sock is holding space and the outside of the sock is rejecting space. And that's two different things happening on two different levels, on two different observations. Still two that make up the third, which is the 3D physical manifested matter in front of you. So they can't get that grip. It scares them for some reason. We live in a 3D illusion, really, if we're going to talk about it. We live in a 3D illusion. We only see in 2D, because if we could see in 3D, I would be able to see through my laptop. I wouldn't be able to see around. I would see around it and through it, but I can only see around it because it's a solid object due to an illusion-based mind that we have grown with. We're really in a 2D reality, having a 3D experience. Because we're able to gauge depth, because we see outward, which gives depth in that sense. Because if all we had was like length and height, then we would be in a 1D world experiencing a 2D reality, which is what ants see. I remember seeing the Russian dog experiment when I was like 11. I used to watch that shit all the time. Why did that? Wait a minute. Why did that? Hold on. That just reminded me of it. What the fuck was I? Wait, why did I mention that in my dream? Why was I talking about ARGs in my dream? Hold on. What the? Hold on. What was? Hold on. I gotta write that down. That I actually have to go figure out what that is. Why was I talking about ARGs to someone in my dream? What was I trying to do in my dream? Who was I trying to break out? What was I doing? God, I don't know how I haven't got like banned from like certain types of astral travel yet. Cause I fucking try to do some dumb shit. I just remembered full on. Someone, I don't remember who it was in my dream. I don't even know if I knew the person or not. I was talking about ARGs. And then I was like showing this person ARGs. Like, they were showing me something. I think it was like a scary video. And I started showing them one of my favorite ARGs that's like really old. I don't think anyone's gonna know about it if I talk about it, but it's called Meat Sleep. I don't know if anyone remembers that ARG, if you're into them or not. I talked about that one to him. What was I doing? Why do I do this to people in my stream state? It's not even just on the physical, it's in the dream. I'm always trying to do some shit like that. You were sweating in your dream? You're getting rid of some energy then, Mark. That shadow work's doing good for you. Grand Rising, though. Welcome in. Oh my god. Yes, exactly, Daniel. Well, that's awesome. I'm glad you're feeling better today, Mark. That's always good. That's always grand to hear. But no, what was that? What was I doing? I was in what class was I in? What was I learning? What was that? I don't know that school. I don't remember ever going to that school. What were we doing in there? There was one of my someone I used to talk to that had to leave, and I gave them a hug when they left. They oh, I know what that was. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I know what that dream was. I distinctly remember asking the teacher, "Can I go with them?" And she said, "No, you have to stay here." And I said, "Okay." I said, "I can't go with you. You have to leave." I gave him a hug and he left. Someone got booted the fuck out of my timeline. That's what happened. Oh no, sucks to be them. Better luck next lifetime. Not this one, unfortunately. I love having those dreams. Whenever I have a dream of a school and like I'm sitting with someone, if I don't leave the class, it's because someone else is about to get kicked the fuck out of not only just my memories, my energy, but like of my entire space. And he had his whole backpack on and everything. He looked sad as fuck. Oh my god. What were we doing? What were we were watching like a movie in the class or something. I can't even remember what we were doing. I don't remember the subject. But they got booted the fuck out. I woke up immediately after that shit too. Yeah, the full moon's is definitely activated. That eclipse energy is gonna be very fun. And thanks for stopping in, Mark. Love you as well. Did I get the email yet? What is this? That is not what I want. I don't care about that. I'm waiting for the email. Oh, that's on the 14th. The worm moon, blood moon, full eclipse is on the 14th. I don't know why it has to be three different moons at once. I'm happy. It's the worm moon and a blood moon. We're having another blood moon like weeks after that, and it's gonna be a partial eclipse. That's gonna be fun. Oh my god, my arms are dying right now. I don't know, like, why. But they are. I don't know if I have to, like, drain the lymphatic system or what right now. I probably have to do that thing where you, like, push and. I don't know. I don't want to do that stretch right now. What's the significance of blood spiritually? Life. Blood is your life form. Blood is your energy. Blood is also a form of regeneration, somewhat protection, depending on um because there are some animals that use their blood as protection. So it's kind of protection in like a weird tiny pseudo way. But it's also like bonds and links as well. There's a lot of meanings to it. Depending on who you go to and who you talk to, they'll say different things. What do you do to prepare for the moons? Uh, Me personally, I don't do much. I worry about it on the day of. If my guides tell me to do something, I'm doing something. If not, then I'm probably just gonna do like a. I'll either sit out and watch it. I might do a little contract, um, or like a petition or something. Maybe a sigil if I'm up for it, depending. Personally, I don't do that much, depending on the moons. It all depends if I need to do something. Now, if I'm planning something in advance, I'm looking at the moons. If I'm not, I don't worry about it until like the day of. Sometimes I get the spontaneous urge, like, oh, today is this moon, let me do this, and then I'll just do it. And I don't usually do much planning. I don't got a reason to really like fully plan things out unless I'm like being told to. I try to make it as stress free as I can. Because there's a lot of reasons to prepare for a moon. I mean, I don't know. The works that I do aren't really dependent on the luminaries, like the sun and the moon. Mine are more dependent on the planets because of angels, or like either that or Solomonic or Enochian. Um, Really, only depending on the moon, I'll do like certain cleanses on certain moons, if need be. Um, if I had candles, I would definitely be burning a bunch of fucking banishing and other sort of funny candles on the moon, because that'd be a good day to do it. Especially since it's the full moon. It's a good day to release things that are no longer serving you. So if you want to do a... Oh my god, that scared me. Hold on. Hello? Mm-hmm. No, I've been checking. Oh, yeah. Will do. See you. Yippee. I'm gonna go check the email again. Did it pop up? No. No email. I'm waiting on an email. But yeah. Definitely, if you got like cord cuttings you want to do, banishing spells, this is a good moon to do so. Yeah, like, that's so funny you mentioned that, Daniel. I'm in a sigil group on Facebook, and some dude said, I put blood on my sigil and it didn't work. Any help? And I just looked at that like, first of all, you don't put blood on your sigil. What sigil are you using? Who are you trying to connect to? Who are you trying to use your blood as like an offering to? If you're using a sigil in that way, you can't just use it on a normal fucking sigil. Are you stupid? Like, that's not gonna do anything. People gotta learn how to use sigils. People like are crazy out here, dude. I'm glad they posted anonymous, because if they didn't post anonymous, people would have been like really, really DMing that person and let them have it, because like blood is used in certain practices for specific reasons. It's not something like you can just randomly fucking use, right? It's a sacred ingredient. It's not something that's like willy nilly out here. People gotta like be a bit more competent when it comes down to it. How am I? I'm doing well. How are you? Cause that post scared me, dude. He didn't say anything. They I should say, they didn't say anything about any sigil that they were using. They just said they used it on a sigil. Are you like, what are you like? I can think of a million sigils. I don't know. Like, no one knew what he was talking about. So it's just like, what 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 sigil? That's important. Is it a sigil to a certain god? Like, if you're doing a goddess of war or a god of war, they'll take blood as a offering for sure, because that's part of war. But if they're not, if it's just like a basic like sigil to get something to work, then just fucking just burn it with fire. Damn. Like, what? Yeah, it literally could connect you with it could. You want to get transfused with a fucking entity that you don't know about? Do that. Have fun with that. Get possessed on a whole other level. Have fun. Go. Then you'd have to go down to your Haitian voodoo practitioner. You know, book you a flight and a cruise down there. Stay there for a week and get yourself cleansed with God knows what and how they do it. Yeah, sigils are symbols, are magical symbols, um, used in different types of workings. Either manifestation, you can use them for all sorts of stuff, like blocking or creating, drawing things in, protection, reflection, deflection, anything. But yeah, when you're using sigils, be careful. Listen, especially if you don't have steady hands and you can't draw shapes properly, be careful. One wrong squibble and things will go awry. So it's best to use gadgets to make sure that your sigils are running perfectly, or um, just be very slow and steady with them. Because if you draw a sigil and it's all catawonky, good luck. It's either not gonna work, or if it does work, it's gonna work a little bit, or it might just piss off whoever you're trying to, whatever you're trying to do, and it's gonna backfire, and it's gonna smack you right in the face. But yeah, be careful with blood magic, dude. People be doing blood magic on accident, dude. People be fucking. I remember in my high school, a bunch of dumbasses. I'm just gonna call them what they are. There was a group of 7 of them. They all poked. They all like cut their hands and did handshakes, and now they're all bound together. They're all bound together, and they don't even like each other anymore. They absolutely hate each other. They're not even friends, but they're bound together, and it's awful because I know who they are. I've experienced what their connection is, and it's not a good one at all. They're not very friendly toward each other. Everyone doesn't like really want to be around each other, but they're forced to because they're fucking bound. And it's like, well, that's what you get. Why the fuck were you stupid? Why did you do? Why did you think that that was gonna be a good thing? Like what? Oh, and one of them, funny enough, one of them's a Christian. Huge air quotes around that. Um, but his dad's a pastor, a preacher, I should say. A preacher that I'm not gonna go into. I'm not gonna rip his dad apart. But a preacher that's dating his son's ex and has a child with her. I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. I'm not gonna go any further. So like, be careful what you do, cause shit will end up getting really weird really quick. They all have really weird lives. They all have very, very weird and not fortunate lives. It's really bad. 2 of them were the ones that locked me in the basement. So, if that tells you how I know these people and how I know their connection is, that should tell you a little bit more. So that's something. That was definitely a thing to witness. You know, but more power to him, I guess. That's unfortunate. And that's why I don't hold any grudge against them. That's the reason why I got the big boot, because literally the 2 people that well, the one that I told to be a better friend was literally bloodbound to the other person, and I guess they just didn't want the fucking smoke from, you know, whatever the fuck was gonna hit him. Even though I could have fucking 1000% like got rid of that bind for them and, you know, had them live on a better life. You know, whatever. You choose your own path in life. It's whatever. I saved my energy. I moved on. That's all good. I don't talk about what I can do most often because it's just I do too much. I do too much. I gotta keep low. I gotta like. I am emotionalist at times. I really just don't like things. Just don't bother me. I don't let them. I don't have a purpose to like allow them to bother me. Like I don't have time to. Once I heal from something, it's hilarious. It's just so funny. I've literally like I don't know. I can talk about just about all of the bad, quote unquote, traumatic things that's happened in my life without any sort of like emotional response or feeling response or however you want to say it. I just detach. Once I heal from it, I detach. If it comes back up, I focus on it for a minute. See, I didn't bust my door down. I didn't know what to do. I was just kind of in like shell shock because I was really confused about how me telling someone to just be nice uh like got me in that situation. So I didn't really have like I really spent the entire month trying to like decode what happened because I was really just confused. But if I was in a different state of mind, I would have busted that fucking door down, dude. I would have busted that door down. I would have busted they doors down, and I would have said, "Look, y'all going to the basement. Y'all sleeping down there. I'm taking both your rooms." But that's a different timeline. That's a different life. Oh, I don't blame you though. Like sometimes that just happens. Sometimes you gotta let the rage out. Yeah, yeah. I don't get it, man. I was called unpredictable, which I think is a good thing. I don't think you want to be predictable. I think that's boring as fuck. And it really wasn't that I was unpredictable. It was the fact that I stood up for myself when I usually just let shit slide. So I guess that like made me a threat. It sucks for them. I don't know. It'd be like that sometimes. It might have been something from outside. It might have not been. I don't know. Regardless, it ain't no problem. I know I'm protected. They can they can swarm around my head if they want. They ain't getting in. They ain't getting in. Cause it's like where I'm positioned at, the window's like right over there. So if a truck goes by, you'll see like lights and stuff and shadows and stuff go across there. So it all depends. I don't know. I really like. I'm really not bothered by spirits or like ghouls or fucking cryptids. I give like the most nonchalant reactions to them, which kind of confuses people. Cause I was on a hike with someone, and a dark shadowy figure was apparently behind me when I was exploring somewhere, and when I came back down from like exploring the place, the dude went, there was like a black creature behind you, and I was like, yeah, that's whatever, and I just went on with my day. Like it doesn't, I just do not have fear when it comes to them. It is like one of the funniest things. That's why I do. That's why I do like Solomonic magic and fucking Enochian magic. This shit does not like stop me. I've grew up with it. Like I could probably see a portal open up right now in front of me, and like a 3D demon pop out, and I would just be nonchalant staring at it. Like okay, like it just wouldn't bother me. I really wouldn't think it would. It might a little bit, but I wouldn't like flip the fuck out and start screaming. I'd just be like, okay, well this is happening. What can I do? Like what's my next step? I don't know. I guess that's just what happens when you grow up with this type of stuff. I really just don't. I don't get it. Yeah, that's the main goal. Is just to grow and evolve. It's always the main goal. Oh, what is this? I don't know what this is. What is this? Oh, it's a thank you thing. Okay, never mind. That's not what I want. Am I not gonna get that email? What the fuck is going on with that? You should have came in by now. Well, you didn't. I need to know like what you need for the reading, and I don't really need all that other information either. It's not really necessary. Like, what deck do you need me to pull from? The tarot, the animal cards, the shadow, the angels, like, and what are you needing to know? Just general or what? You need relationship? Okay. It might not be what you're expecting because I don't read tarot like the majority, but we'll go for it. Relationship deck? No, I don't do those types of readings, dude. I don't got relationship decks. Those things are not what you think they are. I already named off the decks I got. The tarot, the shadow, the angel, and the animal. I remember some dude came in and said, give me a reading from the golden money deck. I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't know what you're talking about with a golden money deck. Okay. I have never heard of that one before. I didn't look it up, but I probably should. You don't know about those decks? I don't know. I can't help you then. If you're wanting a tarot reading and I can't really help you if you don't know what a tarot deck is. At that point. Yeah, they may, but I don't read Oracle. Reading Oracle is a whole different thing, and that involves a crystal ball, not necessarily a card. Oh, you were 10 minutes behind? Jesus. Oh, God. No, but, you just went simple stuff, you don't get it? I don't get it either. Like, a relationship deck wouldn't really be a simple deck. But, I mean, if you're wanting a reading from the tarot deck, I can give you one. but using oracle decks is like, oracle just means I. So when you're doing oracle, you're reading from crystal ball or mirror scrying. Those are your oracles, really. But unfortunately, people think oracle is like this magical, mystical thing, and that's not it at all. It just means sight. Like, that's you don't want a crystal ball. I know. I wasn't talking about that. I was talking to someone else about that. I don't got no crystal ball right now. Yeah, I know. But still, I stick to the exacts when it comes to these things because I do not agree um, with how the world is right now and its way of defining certain things, and I want to keep it like as simple and as rich as as it should be. Just the comedic in me, the gypsy in me does not rattle that does not rattle that way. I was gonna say rattle that snake and I didn't want to. No, you don't have to do anything. You just have to just listen to the message. You don't really have to listen to the message either. You don't have to do anything though. But the first card with the Knight of Pentacles, if you're wanting to know about relationship, now is not the time to worry about it one or even pursue one. There's some things that need to be moving first within yourself when it comes to nurturing the subconscious natures of yourself. There's a lack of movement on the physical that's happening that you need to look into. Maybe because you're carrying too many ideas. You may be stuck up on trying to find a specific individual, which is keeping you held up. You might be trying to, keep up with multiple individuals at once, or just been dealing with a lot of life problems at this time that's keeping you too busy for a relationship at this time. So really dig down and see what you need to focus on first. If you're wanting a relationship, make more time for that relationship to be born. And if you are having that time for it to be born, make sure that you're focusing on what you'd want in a relationship rather than just obtaining one randomly. Yeah, nurture yourself more. As in, give yourself what you're desiring in a relationship before you get into one, so you know how it's going to feel and you don't have to worry about it being a certain way on the physical. So you know how it's supposed to be on the internal. Yeah, using crystal balls and like mirror scrying is very interesting and fun. If you get the chance to, it's interesting. It's the same thing as like smoke scrying. If you've ever like did candle gazing or like smoke scrying, it's the same thing. It's the same like concept as that. It's really cool. It's really, really cool. Am I just not gonna get that email? I'm gonna have to go down there and get another night. That's fair. That's a good thing to do as well. I know some people who keep like an obsidian mirror in front of their gnome so that whatever like comes through has to get through the gnome first, and it's really funny. Do I see someone in your future? Uh, I don't do fortune telling, dude. That's such a scam. That shit's a scam. You want to know why gypsies do fortune telling? because the Europeans stole their way of life, and then they ended up stealing what they were doing with the cards and stuff back to gain money off of Europeans that didn't know shit about what they were doing. They said, "Oh, you're gonna use our cards for games? Then we're gonna lie to you about your fucking future, and then we're gonna get money off of you and make you dependent on us." Which is what happens within tarot. Unfortunately, with a lot of people, you can't fortune tell with it. You want to fortune tell? Start throwing bones. Start doing geomancy. Fucking talk to a Ouija board and see what spirit you want to like invoke. Don't do the Ouija board. You'll get fucked up real bad, especially if you use it for fortune telling. Those demons will, those spirits will fuck up your shit quicker than anything. Those spirits will take a hold of your future and rip it into shreds. Be like, there you go. Here's what you get. So don't use the Ouija board. Don't do that. But no. The gypsies do not knew that fortune telling was not a, it's less fortune telling and more dictating your fate based off of where you're at now. Well, there's nothing satanic about anything that I said, so unfortunately, that doesn't mean anything. The only way anything that I said would be satanic is if the person who was doing those things was satanic. Other than that, they're just neutral things that we can do. Because like there are Christians that do tarot, but does that mean tarot is necessarily a Christian thing? No. There are Christian astrologers, but that doesn't make astrology. No. Tarot readers are not Christians, no. There are Christians who are tarot readers, but the art of tarot has nothing to do with Christianity at all. It has everything to do with Egypt and Kemetes and the Kemetics and the Gypsies. And a bit of Sumerians, depending on what area you look at. But it's an Egyptian thing. Because I'm not a Christian, and I'm a tarot reader. Because you don't have to be Christian to worship God, or even to say God's name. No, tarot does not say anything about the future, and anyone that's trying to use tarot to tell you about your future is a big fat liar and scammer. And I'm telling you that from the bottom of my heart. I'm not saying that for any sort of reason other than it being true. Especially if these readers are I talked about it yesterday, but especially if these readers are channeling anything from the cards, they're not testing any of the spirits. I have not seen a single reading where the readers are like, okay, who's coming through? Who is this right now? Like, who's talking to me right now? They don't do that. They do a prayer. They don't even, first of all, if you want to go deep into it about testing your spirits, even when you call upon your angels to be around you and your ancestors, you have to test them. If you want to go talk about testing spirits, it don't matter if you're trying to pray to God himself. You better test that motherfucking spirit. Do you know what a trickster spirit can do? It can act like those things. You better be careful. No, tarot tells you the story between you and yourself and the connectivity between you and your life. If you can't connect those dots, it's because it's either you didn't ask a very specific question, or you're not gathering the information the way it needs to. It's not vague at all. It's very direct. It tells you what it needed to do. It's a misconception and misunderstanding on one part. Oh, I didn't even know that you put that there. I didn't know you said that there, Daniel. I've been looking elsewhere, just glancing at the chat and chatting. But tarot is a system of life, and tarot cards explain that system of life using imagery, astrology, numerology, and symbolism. It's a very spiritual thing in itself. Um, but most people get very lost and confused. Oh, it will. The information given from tarot. No, tarot is not about the 3D physical real world. No, that is incorrect. And when you get a reading, it is about you. It is about the individual. Whatever comes through is about the individual at that state of mind. They might not be conscious about it, but it's about them. The way the schematics of this realm works, the way the schematics of the cards work, and how they come out for the individual is all 100% of that individual, because they wouldn't have come out if not for that individual. If not for that space and time that's held between two individuals, those cards would not have come out. It is up to how open your querent or the person requesting the reading is going to be towards those things. But tarot is the connection between you and yourself, the twin individual in you, and the journey back to home, the soul, the mother. Because you're already in and with Father, but to get to Mother, you have to get through Father. How do you get through Father? By going into yourself, to go into the wells within you. That doesn't happen. That's just called deflection, because an individual is not willing to accept, and you can keep that sort of opinion if you want. But that's just on you, and that's just your own fault, and you can keep that. Because if you're going to focus on Father, you're focusing on the external. You're focusing on matter, M-A-T-T-E-R, which is Father in Latin. M-A-T-E-R is Mother in Latin, water. Well, that's your opinion, and your opinion is an opinion at the end of the day. The truth of the matter stays at the truth, which is the querent does not get to pick the cards. If the querent wanted to pick the cards, the querent should have done a reading for themselves by themselves. The cards are what you get, and they're to tell you what you need, and if you can't accept that and you don't agree with it, that's on you. And that's your own fault. Maybe you'll see it one day, maybe you won't. Well, that's just you. Because if the individual wanted to choose the card, then they're just working out of ego. So they're blind, basically. They're very blind. They're being blanked out and protecting their own subconscious true self based off of fear of humility, based off of fear of the truth. So that requires shadow work and delving into in that sense. No, it's not coordinated. If you do, I do readings for myself all the time. You're just in denial because you don't like the reading that you got, unfortunately. But again, that's just your fault. Like, I can't do nothing about that. That's going to be between you and yourself, because you heard the message, you wanted the message, and now you're disagreeing with it. So that's a war between you and yourself. You got to go figure that out. Welcome in. I gotta put that back in the microwave. Are you sure you know yourself, or do you know a limited version of yourself? I get, it's funny because I really do get a lot of people like you whenever I do readings. Like, no, I know myself. No, you don't. You don't know a damn thing about yourself. You know the experiences that you've gone through, and you know how those shaped you, but you don't know who you are. That's the truth of it. You only know bits and pieces of you. And that goes for everyone, even me. You'll only really know who your true self is when you're dead. Because then you won't have any form of ego, any form of blockage keeping you from knowing the true self. It's a consciousness limitation that you have on yourself with your rational mind, expecting yourself to know more or trying to define something in your own way. Rather than being in an authentic energy of accepting, you just choose to deny, which isn't part of the human self. Because if the human self was truly able to deny, then events in your life would not happen the way they would to make you feel like they shouldn't have. Your true nature is to accept all, because all that is can only be accepted. No, it won't. If you read yourself, you might read yourself incorrectly because you have the egoic blockage. Do you know what the cards mean, the symbologies of it? Do you know the hand symbols? What the animals mean, all those things? Really focus on those things at this time. Because you don't know everything about you. If you know everything about you, then why is your name your name? Why were you named that? What is the purpose of your name? What is that supposed to mean? What legacy are you bringing up with that name? If you don't know that about yourself, then you don't know that. Do you know why you were born the way you were born? Do you understand why you went through the experiences that you went through at every age since birth until now, consciously or unconsciously registered within the mind? If not, you don't know your whole self. Do you know why you see colors the way that you do rather than seeing them the way that other people do? If you don't, then you don't know yourself. Thank you for whatever that was for confirmation. I'll take that. Because you listen, you're talking to someone that knows their shit. You're talking to someone that knows that we don't know. And what is your real name? You tell me. I don't know your real name. You tell me. I'm not saying that I know you. I'm saying that you don't know you. I'm just asking you questions. I'm not saying nothing else. That's for you to delve into if you wish to. All I'm doing is making it apparent and obvious. So don't get mad. Don't get too confused, or don't be pointing fingers. Do you really know what's your purpose in life? Because I'll tell you that you don't know your purpose in life. Because people like to think that they know their purpose in life. They don't. Everyone shares one purpose and one purpose alone. And that one purpose gives you your secondary purpose of how you're going to find yourself back to that purpose. So it splits back into two. Because I know the soul. And the soul is not just one thing, it's a many. And we all derive from that same soul. That soul being mother. No, we do. We all share this shared purpose. It's to connect back to ourselves, to go back home, to the divine mother, to go back to which we came. That purpose is called death, to change. How do you get there? How are you going to change from birth till death? Is the secondary purpose of life. The primary focus and purpose of life is to connect back to home. To return from which you came, to explain to mother and father what you have learned and all that has transpired throughout life. To either go to the next phase or return back for more lessons. That is the primary focus. That is the primary purpose. The secondary purpose is what you do on this 3D realm. Because I know this shit, dude. I've lived it. I've experienced it. I've done things in my life that have showed me things I never thought I was ever gonna see. No, we all have the same purpose, which is to connect back. Truly, we wouldn't be soulless if we all had the same purpose, because unfortunately we do. People who don't have souls, which exist, don't have the purpose as us because they don't have a home. They don't have anywhere to go. They're synthetic. They just go, they just die. They don't exist anymore. Those are your NPCs. They don't have a purpose. They're just filling up space. They are literally either synthetic or grown in like labs or grown in certain patches of fields. Literally. The rest have come from the divine, have divined to come here to share their purpose. Whether remembering it from a soul point of view or not is up to them and their own journey that they take. But the journey and the path and the message still stays the same of you are here to connect back to Mother on the physical, to receive your path and to walk your destiny. What is your destiny? That's your secondary purpose. Primary purpose is remembering what your destiny is. How do you remember that? By connecting to Mother. No, every experience is the same. Every experience is the same. It is the physical that is different for people. The experience is the same. To experience something is to gain, to witness and gain. We all witness and gain the same things, but we digest it differently. That's why you see people who get fed the silver spoon cry about their parents not liking them, and then you see people who were abused by their parents cry about their parents not liking them. Different digestions, same experience. We all experience what everyone experiences. That might be hard for you to digest, but I'm telling you from a point of absolute knowing. We all experience the same thing. There is not a single thing that one person experiences on this life that someone else won't. Everything happens to us at the same rate, different digestions. That is the truth of it. That is the way we move. That is the way we are. And welcome in, Honor. Welcome in. People who don't have purpose and soul means they're not real. Well, none of us are real. People who don't have souls are synthetic. They're not made from God. They're made from man. And everyone has a purpose. It's either you're aware of it or not. Yeah, everyone experiences the same thing. I'm telling you. You're just not aware enough for it, and that's okay. But I'm here to tell you the truth of it. We all experience the same things. No, we literally do have the same experience. Listen, dude, if my mom died and your dog died, we experienced the same thing. That thing being a loss of a loved one. It was digested differently. We intook it differently because of the physical reality. The experience of death remains the same, but how we digest it is different. How were you attached? Were you attached to a label of a dog or a mother closely? Depends on that. That is how you digest it. That's how you rationalize it. The experience itself is the same. I cut my arm off. You get stabbed. It's the same thing. It's the same function of things being lost in that sense. It's digested differently on the physical. That pain level is the same. It matters of how much that person is attached to whatever they just went through. That's why you see some people go through a lot and not change at all, and people go through very small comparatively and have their whole life flipped upside down. It is how you're able to digest it. Every experience is the same. Yeah, if you never owned a dog and my dog died, that's the same thing. That dog is now non-existent. That death is there. That death just means change. The only thing that changed is my dog went from life to death. The only thing that changed for you is that you didn't have a dog into knowing that someone's dog died. The experience is always the same. It doesn't have to be the same material thing. I get it because you're stuck on the 3D. You want to compare dogs with dogs. Whatever you lost due to death is the same as whatever I lost to death. Whatever you lose to pain is the same thing I lose to pain. It is experienced only differently by the digestion and the attachment that one has to those labels. It is the same thing. The absolute same thing. Probably banned on 90% of other readers. Goodness. Every act. Everything that you do to another, you do to yourself. You cannot escape it. It is a matter of how much you are attached to it. How rationalized is one going to be? And that's just the truth of it. Like, if a tree falls over and I fall over, it's the same experience. It's just the tree has limitations and I have limitations. Either I'm gonna cry and be like, fuck, that hurt, or maybe the tree's just gonna say, fuck, that hurt. You never know, right? It's just how it is. The experience is all that matters, and it's all the same. We're connected all together at once. Yeah, I get that, Anna. I get that. Because it's like, some people just want to disagree, and that's perfectly fine. They can do that. Especially because here's a number one tip from you. Um, Coming from a gypsy to other people, and if you're a gypsy, you get this already. People will come to you just to prove themselves right because they don't have anyone else to prove it to. Like, whenever you do readings for people and they start going, no, this isn't true, that's cool. Let them have that. Like, I always do. I'll explain to them, like, I mean, you're wrong, but like at the end of the day, that's how you want to see it. That's cool. You're wrong in the realm of my world, and I'm wrong in the realm of your world, and I can agree to that completely. No, I'm good. I don't really let people pull cards for me unless I like know them. There's only like 2 people I'd let pull my cards. Truly. And I don't know where that comes from, but I have to do some digging. But personally, I just do my own readings at that point. Yeah, but I don't know who you are. Like, I don't interact with you. For a better positioning on that, I don't interact with you, so I'd rather not have a reading from you. Yeah, I like my energy being read by people I know. That's why I only would let 2 people read my energy. One of them being my mentor. I would really only trust him to read my cards. The other person is like a 50-50 day. 25-70 day, actually. 25-75 day, actually. Let's make it a little more accurate. It would not be a 50-50. It'd be a 25-75 day. Depends on if I even want my cards read by him or not. No, Um, I don't know why. I don't know why people think I'm grumpy when I just tell people straight up things. Like, I'm just being direct with you. If you can't handle that, that's unfortunate. But no one's grumpy. This always happens when I like tell people like direct statements. We have to work on that, y'all. Direct conversation is not aggression. That is what you are asking for. Do not. It's not aggression. It's not being mean. I am genuinely just telling you verbatim what I would like. That's not mean. I'm monotone. I don't know if you can handle it because you said I was being grumpy. Something inside of you was got irritated at that point. If you had to come up with that observation, like let's keep it real. I don't know. You can't really change the focus on things unless I'm willing, because like you know, it's whatever. I guess I don't know. I just responded to what you said. I don't know how we got here, but we did. Cause the mood's good. The energy in the mood is fine. I don't know what you're picking up on, but that's like a issue between you and yourself. I'm not. I don't feel any different than how I started. Started at about 151 minutes ago. And thank you, Anna. I mean, no one's art. I mean, if you call exchanging ideals arguing and bickering and gossiping, that's a reflection of yourself, heavily. Um, because no one was arguing or bickering or gossiping. We were just throwing back ideals. And if you want to pick it up like that, that's a you problem because you have communication issues. Where you're not able to express yourself or you felt like you weren't able to express yourself in certain ways. Eight of Swords? Yeah. Eight of Swords literally means that your mind is playing tricks on you and blinding you, thinking that you're bound to something when there's a safe path around. You're not as restricted as you think, and things are not as they seem. That's the Eight of Swords, which is you, yes. Queen of Swords, yeah. Letting your thoughts nurture you. Letting your thoughts be in that feminine energy, allowing your feelings to guide your thoughts. Yes. Good job. You're describing your situation properly. Like I don't know what you're trying to do, but it's not working. I really don't know what you're trying to do, but it ain't working. I'm not the one or the two or the seven or the nine. Can I channel Michael right now? I don't know. You know, if he's busy, I don't know if he wants to be channeled right now. Jumping to conclusions here? No. I'm just explaining the cards that you said. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't no jumping. I'm just describing. Now you're just saying random cards, dude. You're not supposed to do readings whenever you're under like duress or certain feelings. And I'm not gonna just sit here and describe to you what every one of these cards means either, so have fun with that. Why do people like test me like this? Like what's going on? Like what the fuck? Like, what the hell? I'm not like the rest. You can't do that. You can't. It's not gonna work. I'm sorry. I'm gonna giggle and laugh. I don't know what's going on. I don't, it's just one of those mornings. Oh, it's one of those risings. Red Rising Destiny. I do my best to stay alive. Man, it's almost 11 o'clock. I gotta do that thing, but I don't even know if I'm gonna have what I need by then. Shit. Yeah, it literally just went nowhere. They just started pulling random cards. I already told them they didn't have permission to pull my energy or to read my cards. So what do they think they were pulling up? Can we talk about that? Like, if I say no, you can't do this, and I put up that barrier, and you start pulling cards, I think you're reading on yourself, because I already said you can't read on me. I already put that boundary up fast. Oh, y'all know how energy works. We're spiritual. We get this. Two of Pentacles, man. I got the image of the Two of Pentacles in my mind's eye right now. I'm in one of those ships in the background, just kind of going with the waves. I don't know where everyone else is, but I'm there. I'm just going with it. Uno reverse card, literally. I ain't got time. I ain't got time. I mean, I do have time. Just not for that. No, it's not a competition. It's all love here, man. It really is. I just really... I'm just not the one, man. I'm a triple air sign. Please don't. Please don't. Air signs are flatty enough. Being a triple air sign, good luck. I'm too slippery. Around Island as an RPG, you have a lot of anger today. Get that anger out. Feel it. Do what you gotta do. Punch you some pillow. Don't punch no holes in the walls. Punch you some pillows. You know, make some angry scribbles on a piece of paper. You know, burn some shit that you need to get out of your house. Like you got a bunch of junk or trash, just start burning it. Get that anger out. Release it. Do what you gotta do. I'm glad you're authentic. I'm glad that you admitted that though, because that's the thing. Being authentic with how you are is key. If you can just be like, yeah, I'm pissed off today. Perfect. Be pissed off today for a minute. Don't let it consume your whole day, but let it consume what it needs to consume. Yeah, start punching the clouds, man. You go to self-defense. That's good. That's good. But always, if you're just feeling anger, do those things to help you relieve that. Get that pressure out. Ain't no reason to feel that. Well, there is a reason to feel it. Let me not say that. You know what I mean. Oh my god. Tiana, go to bed! What you doing up at 2? You said, God, that was like me, like almost when the planets were aligning. I couldn't sleep at all. Any thoughts on Nurgle? Not really. Not really. Any thoughts on Nurgle? None that at least pop up immediately. I had to sit there and think about it. Man, where'd the crows go? I miss the crows. I used to get a lot of crows around here. They're not around no more. I like the other birds too, but I don't know. I like my crows. If I don't hear my daily cause to know what's going on outside, I don't know what's going on. I mean, 2 days ago they did do a danger call, so there probably was some danger in the area. How's Lucifer doing? I don't fucking know. You're asking the wrong person for that completely. I don't fucking know anything about how he's doing. I don't talk to him or Samael. It don't even matter which duality we're looking at. I ain't got no business with him in this lifetime. Yeah, I don't have any peanuts, unfortunately. I did a few days ago. I don't think they would have liked it, though. They were spicy. That's fair. They did the... They did the attack call, so I don't know if they were under attack or what. I mean, let me think about that, actually. What was the... I gotta remember what the tone was like, because it depends on the tone. Anything above 6 cause, depending on the tone, means that we're either gonna beat the fuck out of you or we're gonna leave. And I think, I don't know. They probably left because of what was going on. I don't think we get hawks around here, but I don't know what other territorial bird would have been. Unless, not even blue jays would do that, though, because they're still part of the Corbett family. So I don't know. What was I gonna... Oh yeah, I had that in there. That's what that was. I don't see any cats around here. I've been outside a lot. I don't see any cats. It could have been a person for sure. It could have been a person. But I don't know of any cats. I haven't even heard a single... I don't hear dogs bark around here, dude. Where I'm at, there's no dog barking. There's only birds. Which is interesting. I'm used to hearing dogs or like horses and cows. I hear birds only. I'm used to hearing birds as well, but that's all I get. That's interesting. I need to look up what that one looks like now. Oh! I've seen these, yeah. I've seen videos of these birds. Very cute. Why is there images of fledging popping out? Okay, well, that's cool. Dude, I used to hear roosters all the time. I lived literally like next to 7 farms, and 2 of them were horse farms. I had a field across my house that had cows, and I used to go over there and like pet the cows. There was a lot. We had bee farms. I mean, I miss where I used to live. It was so cool. It was in the middle of nowhere, though, and I had no one around me that would hang out with me because it was literally in the buttfuck nowhere. But I had a graveyard. I had the woods. I had barn animals. I had bees. It was fun. We had a lot of cardinals and blue jays. We had more cardinals than blue jays, actually, which is interesting. Blue jays were rare where I was, but cardinals were all over the place. And they would always come and eat out of the hummingbird feeder. They would always like steal the hummingbird food. Always. I don't know why. They don't need it at all, but they would go over there and fucking eat it. I don't know. That's probably why they came around so much. They fucking got addicted to the sugar water. Poor things. I feel that, Destiny. You either need to do like 2 jobs or like fucking find something. It's create you that hobby, get you that channel. The best way to make money, honestly, at this point is digitally. Not using crypto or anything unless you want to, but just like doing it that way, because at that point it's just a number that they fucking generate. We didn't get does. We got Canadian geese because where I'm stationed at, I see Canadian geese all the time. I watch them. I used to watch them transit. They used to fly directly over our house. Sometimes we had a few geese that would land by the tree that we had too. It was really cool. We have ducks, a lot of ducks too. I love cardinals. Cardinals are a sign of your ancestors mainly, but also like just being in the state that I'm in, cardinals are fucking everywhere. Not only just in bird form, but in sports form as well. I've always wanted to see an owl in person. I need to be restationed too. I don't know when, but I need to soon. I need to go on vacation. That's what I want to do at some point. But that is a thought progress. Yeah, pass over loved ones or ancestors because you came from their tree. Like your mom and dad are technically your ancestors because you were born from them and from their seeds. It's very interesting. But usually you'll hear even me, I'll say it too. I'll say like passed over loved ones and ancestors because some people don't agree with your parents and grandparents being ancestors, so it's just, just to cover more ground doing saying that. I feel that, man. I'm gonna go and what's in here? Nothing's in there. Is this email ever gonna send? Probably not. And I'm just, what am I doing? I gotta go down there and pay. I'm not gonna do that yet. I'm gonna sit up here for a little bit longer. I'm gonna sit here till they call and ask, "Are you gonna come down here?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'll come down." They know I'm busy. They know I'm busy. My brain's all over the place. Something. Something like that. Probably was for sent to sender. Because everyone's been asking me where that email is. I went down there this rising when I went to go get food. They said, "Did you get that email yet?" I said, "No." They called me a while ago. "You get that email yet?" "No." They better send that email. I want it. I want the email. Where's it at? I should have got it yesterday. Yeah, I can feel the energy from people in hotels. I have functions and ways to not let it bothering me though. I used to get really fucking stressed and tweaked out. Um, but I was also in a really shitty place, so the energy there was awful. Um, but here it's a lot more stable. There's been a few people that got that energy on them, and some days when the workers wake up on the wrong side of the bed, I will feel it immediately, and it's like, man, don't be grouchy no more. Because there's times where some of the cleaners will like slam doors, and I will know that they're mad, and it's just like, oh my god, like I feel that. Can you chill? Like what the fuck? Like how do I could go down there and explain it to them because they get it, but I'm not gonna be the one to go, hey, can you stop doing this because I feel your energy? Like I'm not gonna be doing that. I'll just ground myself. It's a test at that point. What can I do? What's a new way to protect myself from that so I don't have to feel it? And I've got it down packed. There was a day when one of the workers literally came down red faced. Like I was down in the lobby talking, and she came down red fucking faced, pissed off. Couldn't say what she was mad about because I was in the lobby. And normally I would have felt every inch of that because we were in super close proximity. I didn't feel a damn thing. I just was like, I'm sorry to see you sad. I'm sorry to see you upset. Like I don't know what got you this mad, but my condolences. I still don't know what got her that mad, but she was red, like actually red faced and shaking. I don't know what the fuck happened, and it was in a matter of minutes too. It was in like maybe 10 minutes, because the last time I seen her was 10 minutes, and it was perfectly fine. So I don't know what the hell happened, but it was interesting. But once you start working on like mental defense and psychic mental defense and building those types of barriers up, it becomes a lot easier. It becomes a lot easier. Like sometimes it's really funny too, because sometimes I'll have people that I know pop up in chat. I'm pretty sure I did a reading for one of my friends that don't really talk to me anymore. We're just busy lives. I'm pretty sure I did a 2-card pull for them 2 days ago. I'm pretty damn sure I did. I know I have before, and I know that some people that I know come in this chat and watch me because I can definitely feel when they do, and I find it hilarious. I don't point it out because it's not needed to, but whenever people that I know in real life pop up in this chat, or people that I've like walked by in real life pop up in this chat, or people that I communicate with, they come in the streams and stuff, I feel them and I know they're in here. I won't ever point it out though, because it's not like a need to be. I don't need to do that. It's just not much. It's not who I am. I'm not gonna be that fucking person. Oh, I know you're in here. I don't give a damn. I'm glad that you're in here. Look at me. We don't talk, but we can communicate this way, right? So it's there. I just don't point it out. It ain't worth it. Like things that are like deleted and stuff. I can see messages and stuff that get deleted. I can see who deletes them and all sorts of stuff. If you're talking about that, I can see that not only for like the streams but also comments and stuff. No, I have 2 sisters. We were all split away from each other during adoption, so I don't know what they look like. I have a baby photo of us and them, but that doesn't do a damn thing. I mean, it could. If I really put effort and time into it, I could see all the viewers. No, I don't have a viewer log. If I did, that'd be kind of funny, because then I could really know. But I don't have one. I'll usually know who the first few people pop in are, because the first like 3 people that usually pop in on the stream are the same first 3 people, and if it's not the first 3, they're usually like some of the lurkers, and that's okay. Like I don't mind, but I know who they are in the sense of energy, not in the sense of flesh. There's one that I know in the sense of flesh though, and they need to get a life. Cause they fucking won't stop watching me. And it's not even in like an I enjoy your content way. It's like they feel bad for what they did, so they like pity watch me, and it's really weird. So I want them to stop, but I can't control that, so I just let them do what they gotta do. It's not my problem, unfortunately. Yeah, it is odd. Like they could just email me and talk to me, but like they don't want to, and that's perfect. That's fine. I don't cross boundaries with it. I just let it be. But you can't fool someone that's tapped in. It doesn't matter how tapped in you are. If you have a hunch that something or someone is doing something, you'll know. So it's just interesting. Now there was one person that said they watched my channel and they told me I had no idea that they did. It's probably because we didn't talk that much. But that was a really interesting encounter to have. So it was really cool. Encounter just meaning the situation. Like I know who they are. Like we DJ together. I just didn't expect them to watch my channel. I would like to know my sisters. I just don't really know if I want to know my mom or not my dad. I'm good. I'm good. Maybe my mom if she's not fucking meth out or dead, but not my dad. My sisters, I would like to meet though, definitely. I just don't know where they would be. I don't even know. I don't even remember if the adoption's open or not. I don't remember if we talked about that. Oh, well, there's my answer. Never mind. It is open, but I have to go to Ohio, because that's where I was born. I have to go there and get the records. Thanks, Mom. Dang it. That was sorry. It just sometimes channeling just happens like that. You ask and you receive, and that was just one of those moments. I know what I gotta do. I can go see my sisters whenever I want now, I guess. It's just one of those moments. I love channeling like that. I love when shit like that happens. It's so fun. That came in really clear too, surprisingly. That was the clearest that I've like uh heard a channel while multitasking like this. So that's good. That's a good sign. But welcome in, Claire. My back is itchy. I got the itches already. But yeah. If you want. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna be honest with you. Right now, I should be off stream doing something else. I just don't want to. Like I'm just kind of in that vibe right now. I just don't really want to get off. So I'm just kind of sitting here holding a space. But yeah, I appreciate that. I don't know. I'm just kind of here. Is there? Hold on. Let me look that up now, since that's on my mind. I guess there's not a way to. That's okay. I don't know. I really should do that thing. I just don't want to right now. It's just not time. Oh man. I mean, again, if anyone wants like 2 cards, I guess I can still do those too. I was gonna do a quick 2-card pull on myself because I just feel like doing it now. I don't know. I don't know. We're just kind of moving and grooving through it. What the hell is going on with all this stuff? Why is everything going crazy? Oh yeah, I'm selling some tarot decks. I don't know if anyone would want them. I don't know how I would be able to ship them out either, but I am selling a few of them that I'm not using anymore. Um, I guess if you're interested, you can email me about that, and we can try and work something out with that. Uh, but I am selling a few of my decks that I'm not using anymore. What decks are y'all wanting for the cards? Like, do you want tarot cards? Do you want the shadows, the animal cards, the angel cards? You know, we have a few choices to go through. But I felt like mentioning that. I don't know why I felt like mentioning that. I just felt like it. I don't know, like part of me wants to sell the mystical melodies, but part of me doesn't. Like that's the thing. Like I kind of like that deck, but I don't even use it. The I would love for one to be honest. Got you. Yeah, they have a few gnome decks. What was that deck out? That's What was it? There were 2 decks that I was really wanting, and one of them I had to buy on eBay, and it was a Pokemon deck. And then there was I think it was the Adventure Time tarot that I kind of wanted as well. The mystical deck? Oh, I don't have that one out. Hold on, what's going on? Okay. That's fair. You're interested to read tarot cards? I got those tarot classes still up. I'm probably gonna lower the price of the tarot classes for a while. Um until I get the full thing complete because it's still under process. It's still being worked out. There's a lot that I'm adding to it still. Right now we have a rough skeleton of the class, and it's still very informative. It goes into things that aren't really talked about much, but until the full thing is done, I'm probably gonna lower the price a little bit. No, the Pokemon deck's fucking crazy. Hold on. It's so cool. It is literally one of the coolest fucking things. There's one that's only the there's one that's only the major arcana. I don't want that one. This I'm gonna link it because I don't care. I love sharing this shit. That's not gonna take you to where you need to go. Let me not do that. No, but this deck is so fucking cool. I've had it literally on my mind to get forever. I've seen it one day and it's never left my mind. I can't send the link. Are you serious? Hold on. I will get this to work. Do not worry. Well, can you, dude? I wish my phone didn't have to be in the middle of my screen. There's no other way to do it. So if I do this, is this gonna lead me to where I need to be? Yeah, it is. Okay, awesome. Thought so. Thought so. Thought so. I had to shorten the link. Nah, tarot cards can't open doors. If you're reading, listen, depending on how you're using those cards is depending on what you're gonna get. If you're gonna look, I cleansed this deck. I had to because I was using this one for other reasons, which is kind of why I need to get rid of it because I already have both these decks by themselves. I don't need the energy being mixed like this. But depending on what you're using the decks for, is depending on what you're doing. Because you can use this for normal tarot. I was not. I was using this for invoking and summoning at one point. But that's what's going on with that. But it all depends on how you're doing things and what you're using them on. But yeah, if you're wanting to reading, the decks that we're using is the normal tarot, the animal deck, the shadow tarot, and the angel and the archangel power. Yeah, I've done a lot of cleansing on them. That's kind of why I just want to get rid of them though. Not really get rid of them, but I want to sell them because it's like they're very good cards. They're still in like mint condition, but I literally have the angel and the occult deck separately. So I don't even know why I really got that one. I mean, it's cool, but it hasn't been of much help other than like talking about the legions and stuff. But I don't really know about the legions, so I don't even know why I got one. Oh yeah, definitely. I don't know, man. Well, who told you that you have a hex on you? And how do you know that you truly do have a hex on you? Have you been experiencing any signs? And if someone told you that you have a hex on you, did they tell you how to get rid of it? Because if they didn't tell you any way to get rid of that hex or try to lead you in the right direction, you're probably not even hexed. Someone just probably lied to you at that point. What? You can't click on that link? That's upset. That's upsetting. Here, I'll just copy the name of it then. But it's a really cool. It's so cool. It's so fucking cool. I would get this deck. I would use it. This would be I think this would probably be a personal deck. I don't know if I'd ever. I might use it publicly, honestly. I don't even know. I just want it. I just want it so bad. How do you get a hex off? Depends on what kind of hex you have. Because if the person told you that you're hexed, if they didn't tell you what hex you have on you or anything of that nature, you're probably not even hexed and they're probably just scamming you. You really have to understand this. Like if a real reader was reading you on the sense that you got hexed, or like a real, like however you want to like call it, they would tell you what you have. If they don't know what type of hex you have, then they probably aren't picking up on that and it's something completely different. And is the hex coming from the internal or the external? Because you can hex yourself. That's the thing. That's what you got to really like understand. A lot of these readers that are picking up on the same shit of, oh, someone wants you dead, all these things, it's bullshit at the end of the day. Most of it isn't even for the people picking it up. It's just they being sucked into that energy, and then because it gets wrapped up in their own conscious matrix, it now like prevents them from doing things, which is their own personal hex. That's the issue with the tarot community at the time. They're all under the same fucking spell, unfortunately, and a lot of people are still under it, and I want to be the one to break it. So that's what I do. What I do. With the animal deck, I got you. With the animal deck, I got you for the animal deck. Let me shuffle 2 more times. Take this top and the split, and we'll get you your animal cards. Oh, well, 2 cards came out of that. Oops. So we have Hummingbird, which is lightness. It's time for you to pursue your dreams with determination. By doing this, you will make them a reality. And joy is just around the corner, but you have to believe that it's possible to manifest your visions. Stop waiting and doubting. In Hippopotamus, exploration. If you become bored with your life, you have the power to stir things up and revitalize everything. You can do this by starting new projects, setting goals, and making spiritual connections. Really and honestly and truly, the best like protection from any sort of magic is just knowing who you are. Knowing if you have a belief system, knowing your belief system, knowing what you want to follow, knowing your faith, anything of that. You know, that's the only way you can really protect yourself. Following in someone else's footsteps isn't going to do much. Because if you don't know your own faith and your faith's rules or religion's rules or whatever, you're just kind of out in the open. I'd be careful with saying dropping about the love subject because people are gonna come and asking, hey, who does this person still love me? And I'm going to give them the weirdest reading of where it's like, you need to focus more on this. Because when people come in for love readings, you know, most people will externalize it. I'm one of the few that's gonna say like, you need to do these things. If you're looking for love, it can come in. But here's how you get the love that you're actually wanting, and not a love that is gonna be satisfactory for this simple momentum. Don't be sorry, be authentic. Don't be sorry, be authentic. We literally do not care what line of life you come from. We don't care what your beliefs are. We don't care what you gotta say. Just be yourself. Whatever you do, just be yourself. I could give a fuck less if it's praise Allah, if it is, you know, all praise go to the Most High Lord. I don't care if it's Jesus is King. I don't give a fuck less. As long as you're doing what you gotta do in your life and you're living it to your best and loving that tenfold. What deck do you want? Kaomi, do you want the tarot deck? Do you want the shadow, the animal, the angel? Which one do you want to go for? In all seriousness, does he still love me? What do you mean by that? Like, you can't pick that up with tarot readings. That's not something to pick up on. You're really asking yourself, because when you ask the question, does someone still love me? What you're really asking is, why do I feel a lack of love in a relationship? What am I doing with my own internal actions that's making me sense that is happening? Unfortunately, most readers won't dig that deep, but I like reading the true way and not just the projective way. because it's one thing, because it's like when you do readings, it's important to like listen to what your client needs, but you need to know what your client needs. Usually your client will be speaking from an externalized or irrational or egoic state of mind, so you need to be able to transmute that and alchemize that into the actual question that they have. Your questions don't really revolve around the other person. It revolves around you and why you are in that situation. What are you learning? What is your soul trying to get from? Angel deck with advice on present moment got you. So what present advice can we give for KOing with these? I'm gonna take the top and the bottom for this one. That's how it's feeling. Can shuffle 2 more times. Oh my god, if I can like go a shuffle without having the cards like do that, that'd be really cool. Give me a second. So top and bottom. So your angel cards is Chariot, the Archangel Metatron, Determination and Self-Control, Career Advancement, Acknowledgement by Success of Others, and the Page of Ariel. Reliable, clever, educated, balanced. An excellent opportunity will be offered to you. Scholarships or the pursuit of education. Time to get to work. So for general advice, movement is happening. Controlling yourself at this time. There's some sort of advancement coming towards you. In the form of a new opportunity or a new energy entering within. And then Amy, also with the angel deck. Guidance on current path. I got you, no worries. I got you, no worries. It's almost 12 o'clock. I gotta go down there and pace it. I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna get in trouble. Probably not. Most likely not. Most likely not. 2-card pool on life. From which deck? So let's see. I'll take top and split for this one. Bottom and split, never mind. They want bottom and split. We'll go bottom and split, it's no problem. We will go bottom and split. You pick. I'm telling you to pick. That's what I'm picking, is to tell you to pick. I don't do the whole you pick the deck thing. You need to tell me what deck you need. That's how we run it over here. But Amy, guidance on current path is the 5 of Michael. This situation doesn't serve you. Release your attachment to the outcome and consider taking a more uplifting approach. And Justice with Archangel Raguel. Fight for equality. Rulings made in your favor and don't give up. And that is your 2 cards from that. And Jessica, you went to 2-card on life from the angel. I got you. Re means again. Re is actually Ray, which turns into Ra, which is light. If you want to break it down even more. To say respect is to spin light. To spect is to see. Ra is light. The respect is to see the light. For breaking down words, we gotta leave the English language and remember where it all came from. These words are just phonetically changed around. It's the same as AL and EL. They both mean L and all, but they both are words of God, depending on which form you're looking at, AL or EL. You know, you can say ball or EL for El or Elohim. But let's get you your angels. Oh my goodness. Jessica. Right, yeah. Can you get one? Yeah, which deck do you want? The tarot deck, the shadow deck, the animal deck, or the angel deck? And I got you. I don't need to apologize to no one. What the hell are you coming in here and saying that for? What the fuck? I think you need the one that needs to start apologizing to those people, bro. I don't gotta apologize to no one, huh? What the hell? People be coming and saying some crazy shit. Alright, so Jessica, your first one is the Page of RAO. Reliable, clever, educated, and balanced. An excellent opportunity will be offered to you. Scholarships or the pursuit of education. Time to get to work. And the 3 of RAO. Do what you love. A time of great personal growth in your career or artistic endeavors. Working with others in a cooperative manner. Oh no! Oh my god. Whichever deck I feel, whatever deck you feel. I don't pick the decks. You pick the decks. And coming to me for a reading, you gotta have the information on log. Because I'm always gonna say, if anyone leaves it to me, it's gonna be like, you need to pick it. The regular share deck is fine. Got you. Do you need on anything in specific or just in general? Got you. Man, you just coming in here to start violence for no reason. What is wrong with you? I think you need to apologize. You woke up on the wrong side of the bed and you bumped your head at the same time. I don't know how the hell you do that. I wish you well. You better go get some, like, take you a bath. Take you a warm bath with some honey and milk. Sweeten yourself up a bit. You're too sour today. I don't know what the hell. Everyone need a hug today. No, you're not the same ethnicity or same gender in any incarnation. You will always be changing. The angel name deck is the Archangel Power tarot cards. Here is the box for you. And I need to remember Sarah is the one I'm doing the reading for. Sorry, Sarah. Sometimes when we're over here, we get jumped all over the place. But we will always get to the reading. So your first card is the Five of Wands. Leo in Saturn. There's this conflict against you and the world. You're trying to go your own path, and everything around you seems to be trying to push you somewhere else. This doesn't mean that you need to concave in and move the other path. Stay true to yourself. Stay authentic. This is just a test of Saturn. With six being the number on the card, this is a time for you to be in a heightened awareness, be in a more spiritual sense, detached from the physical ways. The physical world is going to try and get you to deter off your path. with it being Leo and Saturn. Leo meaning it's a flame that is capable of holding up on its own. Whatever idea you have, especially with the wands, the ideas, whatever idea you have of moving forward, whether this is a career or like a new hobby, whatever, it is going to be sufficeful. But the external world is definitely going to do what it's going to do best and make you second guess yourself. Beware of that. Again, beware of this, of the world around you saying that this idea is not going to work. It will work out in your favor. You just need to overcome this thing. It might not seem worth it because the struggles and tribulations you may be going through at this time or could be going through. But at this time in specific, definitely move forward with the idea that you have set in mind, because it is a golden idea. The external world just isn't seeing it as valuable yet. Could also be a projection of like a sacral chakra or a solar plexus chakra dealing with self-worth or creativity that could be blocking this as well. So work with those if you need to. And of course, Jen, yeah, we can pray for you. I appreciate love you as well. Thank you for coming in. I still haven't got a call. I've been live for 205 minutes. 206 minutes. Whatever. Oh yeah. The action of inaction is always an action. Having an indifference will always make a difference. Literally, you choosing not to care will shift someone's entire mindset of who you are and the reaction, like the connection that they're gonna have in the future. Literally, I think about it a lot because I love thinking about stuff like this. The fact that I have bumped into so many people that I could have mollywopped, and the fact that I didn't, took it on the chin and walked away, probably changed their entire life. Doesn't matter if it gave them an ego boost or not, but the fact that I chose to be indifferent about it and not be on the same vibrational level changed something within both people, or everyone involved, really. Do I believe in Jesus? I don't believe in anything. There are things that I know and there are things that I do not know, and that's how I choose to live my life. I don't need belief systems to be confused or to believe in certain type of dogma. There are things that I know and there are things that I don't know. The things that I don't know, if I have an interest in, I will learn. If I don't have an interest in it, then it won't be a focal point. I'll learn it on the way. Me personally, I've never seen Jesus. Do I have a reason to believe in Jesus? Not really. Do I have a reason to believe in Horus? Yeah. Have I seen Horus? I've worked beside Horus before. So yes. Everyone needs to have accountability. If you do not listen, if you do not have the ability to account for yourself, which is literally in the word accountability, if you do not have the ability to account for your own actions, that is your very first problem. Accept everything that you do. Don't say it's good or bad. We're all here learning. Accept it and do your best to move on. If you can't move on, talk about it to someone. Accept the fact that you can't move on from it and be like, what do I need to do for this? Take accountability for everything that happens within your realm and watch it change. Genuinely. It does not matter what's happening on the outside. If you can take accountability for it and know that there's a step that you can take to reverse or maneuver around it, everything will get better. Everything will be in a higher vibration. Everything will change. There's many accounts of this story, but the letter J was not invented until 400 years ago, so Jesus is not a name. That was actually a thing. So I've done my research. Jesus is not a correct term. It's probably Jesus or something along those lines. But even then, the H would be silent because the Egyptians didn't pronounce their H, and Jesus was Egyptian. So his name would not be what it is. And there's like 4 Jesuses. There's Mary's Jesus that came from Gabriel. There's Jesus that's Sophia's brother. There's the morning star, which is Lucifer, but he also goes by Jesus. And then there's the Jesus that fucking Paul made in the Bible. So, which Jesus is there? Yeah, Jesus was Egyptian. Look at where Mary and Joseph. Look at where they were born. The whole story of the Bible is told in reverse. The pharaohs at that time were not the Egyptian pharaohs. They were Jewish. This was during the time of the when Lower Egypt was being invaded. That's when the Bible really starts talking about Jesus at that point. So all those characters that you're reading, it wasn't that. It's because here's the thing: if Moses was Egyptian, if Moses was truly royalty, he well here's the thing, Moses was Egyptian, but he was taken care of by the pharaoh, by the pharaoh's daughter, so he wasn't in the same position as the Egyptians were, which is why he did not get to go to the Holy Land, but his brother Aaron did. His brother Aaron was still in the slums as the Egyptians were during that time, during the invasions, so he was allowed to go to the promised land, but Moses wasn't, as he already reaped the rewards of being taken care of by royalty. That's why Moses didn't have any magic, and he whenever God came in the bush and said, "Yo, I need to do this to the Pharaoh," he said, I can't fucking have powers." Moses was adopted, yeah. Moses was adopted, but his mother sent him in a cradle and pushed him down the river because every firstborn of every family of the Egyptians was being killed because they didn't want anyone using the magic powers of from birth. So Moses' mother pushed him down the stream and towards the stream where she knew the Pharaoh's daughter would be at to wash herself at every rising, and then in that rising the next day, she seen a baby floating in a basket down the river, picked it up and took it home. That daughter, that woman was the daughter of the Pharaoh of Egypt at that time, the same Pharaoh that they had to stand in front of and cast down sticks and turning them into snakes and causing plagues along the land, as well as the angel of death. All of that was done by Aaron because Moses wasn't blessed to have those powers. He wasn't raised in a magical place. He was raised with the riches around him, so he didn't know how to create that sort of abundance around him because he wasn't trained by his family. Yeah, that's one of the other Jesuses. That wouldn't be Sophia's brother, because Sophia's brother is a different Jesus, I think. No, it is a different Jesus, but I can't remember. I'm trying to remember. I literally talked about this like last month with someone. I'm trying to remember. Hold on. I know this stuff, but like my brain, I gotta like think about it a little bit because it gets confusing when you start talking about it. Because I have to like remember the story, and then I have to remember to reverse some of the roles. Because the Jesus that was crucified was not the Jesus that was. I'm pretty sure the Jesus that was crucified was Sophia's brother, not the actual like Jesus, because. Oh my god, dude, hold on. I gotta go all the way back. Because there's a whole thing with that. There's a whole thing with like the crucifixion not actually being the Jesus that people think it is. Because when Jesus was crucified, he said, "Why, Father, why did you forsaken me?" And that wasn't the same Father as is the one who was in heaven. It was a different one. Dude, there's so much about the Bible that has to be like fucking reconstructed. I'm gonna have to look back at the conversation that we had because I had a full on like 3 hour conversation with my mentor about this. Um, I'm gonna have to go back in the logs. But yeah, definitely look at the family line of Jesus, and when you do, make sure that you're looking at make sure that you're looking at the bloodline that involves Enoch, because Enoch uh is in the same descendancy as Jesus, as the one that people think that they're calling on most of the time. Some do call on the right one, but he's in the same bloodline as. So is Noah, and Sho is Mary's husband, which is how Mary gets tied into the bloodline of Jesus. Gabriel is Jesus's actual father, because he was the one that planted the seed of the word of God in Mary. It was not God himself. It was the word of God spoken from Gabriel. So Gabriel is the father of Jesus. And that ties in with the whole bunch of other things. It's a whole thing. Yeah, I'm not a Bible thumper either. I just enjoy like knowing this shit because it's not told correctly, and the preachers don't do their job of actually preaching. Yeah, Enoch was the only man to ever see God and not die. He was literally ascended to heaven as man in flesh. He sits by God in flesh as Metatron and constantly writes everything down that happens within existence. Enoch was the only one to be able to do that. No other man. Well, you can say that John D did it, but John D didn't go to fucking heaven as a person. He just seen God's face while living, which you can still very much do. And I'm low-key learning that. I'm low-key learning the ritual for that. It's like a week-long thing. Mm-hmm. Moses wasn't as blessed, unfortunately. The reason why God even showed himself to Moses in the first place is because he knows that his mother gave him up for that reason. Like, he was saved for that reason. He would, she could say it was prophesied for Moses not to be killed, but for him to be protected by God, even without the Holy Land being there. Even though he did fall with the destruction of the temples of that time, he still was able to push on. Because he came from the roots of, but he was placed in a different area. Still punching clouds. Yeah, doesn't it say something? I'm gonna say doesn't it say as like a funny joke, but I know it does. It says not to like have idols, but literally having a statue of Jesus on the cross in the church counts as idolization. You're not supposed to make images in the likeness of God. That's like a no-no. But then they do it anyway. And then they say Jesus is God. So that's like idling and also trying to create the face of God. So I don't know what they're doing. They got the whole thing mixed up. They're doing all sorts of stuff that they shouldn't be doing. They got all sorts of shit. Where's your tabernacle? Huh? Why aren't you just praying at the altar? Quit. And you're asking for money? Is that like your sacrificial thing? You're making people sacrifice their life, their money, their energy to fuel your opinion of who God is? Despite actualizing that God is just that itself and everything around it, and God is what and when and why and how, all these things, God just is. But then you want to go around and say that God hates all these things. Okay, that does not sound like God to me. I don't know. I'm not Christian. I don't know. I'm not any of those, any of the branches of it either. So I don't know. You know. I'm just a licensed minister, is all. I don't know. I don't know much. Yeah, buying your way into heaven. That's like the funniest thing mega churches could have ever done. I don't know how people still buy that shit. If I give this old man who's screaming at me $1,000 a day, I won't go to hell. No, you're going to hell. Now you really are going to hell because now you don't have money. Now you're scared. Now you're living your life in fear. That's more hell than going to hell, dude. What? Jesus may be truth, but which Jesus? That's what we're trying to find out. We get all what they say. We understand that. But which Jesus? Because we know that there's more than one. So, which one is the truth? We gotta study that and break it down and find out. The Vatican knows. They won't tell us. Mm-hmm. Exactly. God is a very dude. You can't say God without people going, "I'm not Christian." Okay, who give? I'm not saying it's the Christian God. No one said Christian before God. I just said God. What the hell are you talking about? Jump into conclusions. God used to be called mystic, the unknown. Used to be called magic. All those things. The ancients used to call him that. And I said M, not HIM, by the way. I say M a lot. Exactly, and that's not even fucking Christian. That's like, that's like, that's not even Western. That's Eastern. Like, people gotta understand these things, man. What are you talking about, Amy? What do I believe in? Nothing. I don't believe in nothing. I don't have a belief system. There are things that I know and things that I don't know, and I keep it that simple. Exactly. That's good. I like using source as well. Um, but some people will not but and some people will use the contradiction what source, which is very true. Because if it comes from the all, you have to remember all is not only just light, but it's mainly darkness. And the darkness is not bad. Darkness is all as well. So it's like when someone says, source, you have to know that person and what source that is. Some people like, you know what I mean? Some people will say, I know what you mean. It's just I like looking at things like that personally. But I get what you mean. Using source is definitely a good way of saying it. Uh Eventually we will hit that point of consciousness where people are questioning like what source then. Like, yeah, it's the source of all, but what part of the source of all are you drawing from? At some point that's gonna matter, and be a more like open air topic. But for now, it's not really. It's not meant for man to really be focused on at this time. But I focus on it a lot. But I focus on it a lot. Also, um, Amy, if you're talking about the Venmo that you sent me, I don't know if that was on accident or not because I've seen the other message. I can't really do anything about that right now, but if that was it, I got it. Um, but if not, let me know so I know how to move around with that. Yeah, I can do it. I can. What do you already said tarot deck, so I already know what deck. Is it just like a general or what? I need to get off of here and do some shit. I keep forgetting. I love talking to y'all. I really fucking do. Oh my god. I'm just stuck here speaking. But yeah, I got you, Anchor. What is it? Just general reading? Is anything in specific? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Yep. All the light is right now is just electromagnetical radiation. Like if we want to talk about what particles it is, it's just that. And those particles are created by different fissures that happen within that darkness space. Because within that darkness, which is its element, it holds another one within, which is the space it's taking up. That's not only taking up it, but it's also around it. And then those two spaces together create that darkness in the middle that anything can happen. And all those fissions and fusions and combustions happen within that space between those two elements of outer and inner. I love breaking shit like this down, dude. I love talking about stuff like this. This is quantum mechanics. This is physics. This is biology. This is what the life. This is what life is, like tenfold. What's up with the people in my community? Vibes are weird. I can tell you why you would feel that way, but tarot is not a divination tool used for figuring that stuff out. If I had like a bone reading kit, definitely. Until I get one, I probably won't be doing those readings. Whenever I get my bone kit, I'm gonna be tossing out those bones and picking up all sorts of stuff like that. But until then, I'm gonna use tarot the proper way, because I'm sticking close to my gypsy roots. It's been a really big calling for me to stick to it. But I can figure out why and what could be connected within you to allow that to happen. Cause like if we really gonna talk about tarot and what it is, tarot is really just reading your quantum entanglement with things around you. Like if you really want to get down into it, all tarot is doing is telling you the quantum entanglement and what's going on between you and your external world and why you're so attached to certain things. But yeah, I got you, Anchor. And like it's a thing. Like I know how to do that, but genuinely, it is something that I am being told not to do by my guides anymore. I need, like, if I'm going to do any type of that divination, I need to get different things, which is kind of why I'm selling my decks, so I can like get finances for those types of things, so I can start being a lot more flexible with divination. Cause I mean, that type of divination is needed for sure. I just, you know what I mean? The deeper I get within my roots, the more strict it becomes, and not strict in like as in limiting, but it becomes harder for me to break those boundaries internally. I just know more of myself, and I can't go against that type of will. Yeah, but I get that, Anchor. I'll definitely, if anything does come up of that sense, I'll definitely, like, you know, I'll take a little trip down that avenue for you. But in general, we can figure out like how to get that sort of gunk away from you. 1000%. You're not gonna get flexible. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Flexibility is the ability to flex, to change, to maneuver around. What are you talking about? You think moving around only revolves around the physical? Goodness. We have the Two of Pentacles. Speaking about flexibility, we have Two of Pentacles. Right now there's just a lot of shakiness with the two ships being in the back, the two meaning masculine energy. Let me think. Earth. Capricorn? Yes. Yeah. I see it. Yep. Capricorn, yeah. I believe. No, yeah, it is, because Taurus is 3. Yeah. Anyway. There's a lot of just movement around on the physical. Being aware of how things on the external are affecting you on the internal right now is important. I would say with the situation that's going around you, it feels like there's just a lot of people making a lot of choices at a lot of times, trying to find a balance. It could just be that it's two worlds colliding as well. There's something about the way you are and the way that the people are around you that are just mishmashing and colliding together. And it's you that's trying to find this balance. It might be best for you to step away and not to find the balance, to really step back and to nurture what you need to nurture. But it does seem that the balance is being thrown out of whack. This could be you outgrowing people, or people within the community outgrowing each other. However this may be, but there's just unbalance of outgrowing. With the Page of Pentacles, again, it's like there's something that's not being received on the physical as it needs to be. There's some form of outcome that isn't being seen within a way or digested within a way that's actually beneficial. This could lead to arguments going on with the community. People could just be really upset, or it could just be like how whenever you change, the people around you randomly start getting mad and stuff. It could just be that as well, where you're no longer in an energetic alignment with these people within the community. Definitely stay to yourself. Study your realm, take a step back and see what's happening in this community from a bird's eye view. Don't be so close in trying to find all the details. Just see the picture as it is, so you can find a way to maneuver forward and not juggle between the two realms. But that is the best advice I can give for you. God and science are literally the same. Like, spirituality and science is the same. You go far enough. I talked about it a little bit earlier. You go far enough, you'll be causing petty arguments wherever you go. Why? Ew. I'm putting you in timeout. Think about what you said. That's gross. I cannot take anything serious. I'm so sorry. No, but truly, Anchor, that's what you need to do, is really step back, see the situation from a bird's eye view. Don't be so close up of involved, because that's going to get you to juggle between two realms of either thinking that there's something wrong with you or something wrong with the outside. Allowing things just to be at this time and getting a better observation is the best thing right now, especially with the Page of Pentacles coming out in reverse. Yeah, you don't have to be petty. Don't get sucked into those games, because once you do that, you're now sacrificing your energy up for whatever they want to do, and whatever actions they'll take will contribute to your actions that you take. It's best to always stay in control, stay neutral. You can have feelings of dislike or disgruntledness. It doesn't matter for that, but don't get sucked into what they're doing. It doesn't necessarily involve you. Even it's like if someone stops being your friend and then says, "Do you want to know why I stopped being your friend?" Say no. Let them keep that reason. You don't care why they stopped being their friend. They weren't your friend in the first place, because if they were your friend, they would have talked it out and actually, been reciprocal. Instead of them jumping to a leap and doing something, they would have actually took the time to speak. Same thing with the situation. If you really were the issue in the situation, they would have took time to take out and talk to you if they truly mattered. If they didn't and things are just going weird and acting weird, then it's just a sign for you to leave, because they don't actually truly care. They're not who you truly think they are. They might have been at one point, but time changes and so does the world. I prefer my energy over anyone else's as well. Like, if you can just love your energy, you'll start seeing different parts of your energy in other people, and it's really, really beautiful. It is really, really, really beautiful. Well, you don't really have to be worried about that, especially if they misspelled it. I'm sorry. I would be separate yourself from them. But if they misspelled your name, don't worry about it. When you do workings like that, you have to be very specific, or you're going to be ignored and laughed at by spirits. Like, literally, you have more of a chance of getting fucked up yourself by missaying a word or mispronouncing something and doing a spell on someone than the other person getting hurt from that. Like, that's why I don't try and speak Latin. I want to learn how to speak Latin before I do any sort of spell like that. Because if you sit there and you start trying to speak Latin and you mispronounce words, whoever you're trying to invoke or someone is gonna look at you and just be like, "What the fuck who are they trying to call? What are they saying? I don't get that. What are you doing?" It's the same thing for angel names. If you don't say the angel names right, they'll just be like, who is this kid? They trying to call on me, they don't even know my name. Why the fuck would I listen to you if you don't know my name? You can't even spell my name. I ain't gonna listen to you. Smack you upside the head for that. They will. Angels will for sure. Oh, don't mess with an angel, dude. They'll fuck you up. But especially if you're messing with the graveyard, if you're waking up the dead to misspell someone's name, they going right back to sleep. They're like, I ain't got time to go search for this. Who is this? I ain't got time to search for him. I ain't got time to do this shit today. No, that's the thing. People are fucking stupid. They're like, intention matters. No. Intention matters? Yeah. When you start doing different practices, no. When you do hoodoo, intention doesn't matter. If you're not doing it the way it says, it's not gonna fucking work. Coming from someone that's done hoodoo, intention don't fucking matter with certain magic. With witchcraft, intention matters. When it comes down to the real big boy stuff, you better have intention and you better be knowing what the fuck you're doing. I don't care who you are. That's the facts of it. I have done things that I have misinterpreted a step to the smallest degree, and things have gone awry. I have learned my lessons the hard way, unfortunately, with some of this stuff. Even when it comes down to writing petitions, if you write a petition and you don't put it down the way that you intend to really have it, shit gets fucked up. You need to have like your words in order. You need to have your intention, your energy in order. You need to have the focus. People don't have that focus. We have worse than goldfish memory. Most people can't hold a thought for more than 7 seconds. That's worse than a goldfish. And they expect for they spells to work. Bullshit. You can't even multiply 2 times 2 quick enough in your head to do that shit. I don't know who you are. And I keep that too, because most people that come up against you, they just so mad and agitated they can't do shit right. They're out of whack. They're unbalanced. They can't do the shit right in the first place. They need to find someone that's cool, calm, and collected. And ain't no one cool, calm, and collected gonna do they dirty ass shit. And I stand on that too. I've been attacked by a bunch of people who didn't get their shit right. It might have hit me because they were in close proximity, but whenever I came back with the wallet, with the mollywop, it took them out. They don't fuck with me no more. It's more than the intention when it comes down to it. Trust me. That's all I'm trying to nail down. Is if you're doing more than just normal witchcraft and manifestation, you better have instructions. Like, I'm learning how to speak Enochian so I can bump up what I'm doing. I know how to write in the language. I don't know how to speak it that well. When I learn how to speak it, then things are gonna start moving a little bit better with that stuff. But for now, I'm doing what I can. Yeah, our original names are tones. We go by tones. We have our name that's made up of multiple different tones. That's how like languages are spoken. But when you talk about your original name, your galactical name, your celestial name, whichever you want to call it, it is a singular tone. It is a tone. It is a mismatch of different tones. Same as angel names. And then you go up a step higher than that, and it's a frequency that is your name. It is a ray of light that holds your seed that then describes who you are. From that point, like the Anunnaki's children are from the purple ray, and you would hear that as like the cosmic heart or whatever. And then when you go down that line of who Anu's descendants are, you'll see the same syllables. You'll hear the same resonance, the same tones, rather than all of Anu's children. They have the same sort of resonance, and that resonance can be felt within the throat whenever you speak their name, or if you sing their name, it can be felt within the throat and the heart. But it breaks down like that. It's very interesting. It's very, very, very interesting. Yeah, saying the truth, like, listen, that's literally how I forgot her name. It was one of the seductors, but that's how she got power over a lot of different Egyptian deities. Is she knew their name, ended up seducing them and having sex with them, and then figuring out different types of secrets. It wasn't Lilith, it was someone else. Oh, okay. Most people know her as Lilith. Got you. Thank you. for stopping by. That was mom, or that was mom. That wasn't like my passed away mom. That was mom. That was Atum, the darkness that Atum had, well, before Atum was born between Apophis and. I don't want to go back that far right now. I'm good. I'm channeling all sorts of people today. I had my mom. I had my galactical mom pop through. I had my dad pop through. I had Sekhmet talk to me in the shower this morning. It was rising. It was weird. Not really weird, but it was interesting. I don't know. I guess today's just a channeling day. I've been tapped in. Oh yeah, music. You want to talk about magic and music, dude? Music theory. When you look at the musical circle, like the circle of fifths, the circle of thirds, all that's like magic. All of it is. And then you get into tones, and then no, I'm going to be one of the first people this lifetime to break down microtones in the spiritual sense, to see what tone does what to the human body. Microtones, not just whole tones. We're talking about microtones. I think I'm the only one that has published a video on the microtones and the effect of the human body. I really like. I don't see it anywhere. I don't see anyone else talking about it. Everyone's talking about whole tones and here's this note. Let's talk about what makes up those tones. The microtones, the Zen harmonics, the Xeno harmonics, the literally alien harmonics, the out of this world harmonics that created those tones. Let's talk about that. I want to get deep with that. Let's talk about that at some point. What's a microtone? Microtones, okay, so let's say, because, damn, I could explain this in a million ways, actually. Let me find a grounded way to say this. Microtones are the smaller, lesser harmonic series that make up whole tones. So if you were to look up the tone of C, like the key of C, and you were to play that key, right? And you played that key, there is the whole tone that is that C, and then there are microtones that make up that note of C. And those microtones are smaller vibrations that, if tuned differently, can give off different variations of that root note. The music that we listen to, our A note is turned to 440 hertz, which is not the pure tone of A. It's an inharmonic of A, but we use that as a pure tone. It's not as pure as it is. The actual A is somewhere around like 432 hertz. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. I don't remember that part. But the original tone is not 440 hertz. It's lesser than that. Because if you listen to microtonal music, the notes sound more natural. They will sound a little bit off tune and sharp, but that's because it's the true full frequency of it. Microtonal music also has, oh my god, it has different tunings for everything, because there's the pure tone, the pure full tone, that makes it up, and then there's like 0.0001 and then 0.0002 of that tone, and every tone changes the timbre and the harmonic of it, so it's going to slightly change how it sounds to the ear. It might sound a little bit sharp, it might sound a little bit flat. This is where your sharps and flats come from, by the way, is it's a differently tuned. So your sharps are tuned a bit more high pitched and your flats are tuned a little bit lower. If you've heard anyone play in a natural key, that's why the key sounds so flat and stagnant, because it's using more authentic harmonics of that key and of that root. But microtones are cool. I have a video. Let me go get that video real quick. Actually, I'll post it in the chat. But I have a video talking about microtones. And I've been working on another one, but I want to have like actual examples. Can I just look this up and it pop up, please? Yes. They're also called Zen harmonics, though. Um, but this video is very informative on that. Not many views, not many people wanted to watch it. I get it, but it is super informative. And if you want to know about microtones and how it affects the human body, this is a good way to start. Because not only it's because it's the same thing as vibrations. When you throw a rock in the water, it has that one first really big ripple. That main ripple is made up of all those other tiny ripples that come after that main one. Those are microtones within vibration. Those are your micro ripples within the big one, right? That's what's going on with the sound, with frequency in that sense. It's all those tiny ones that make up that bigger one. And it all comes from that root, from that base, for that however big that rock was is basically the key that you're playing in, and then all those other notes just spread out like that. The initial impact is the main, and then it has all the other ones that follow after. It's a very interesting thing. And yeah, I'm not really worried about the views on it. It's just, it's so funny to me because I always post like all these like in-depth things, like, oh, look at this thing, we can talk about this, and people don't really look at it. Yeah, each fluctuation is a microtone. Yeah, 9 implies one within music. And there's 8 notes in an octave. And there's usually 16 octaves. There's more than 16, but you mainly will only mess with like 16. There's like pianos that have 32 octaves on it. But it only goes up to 8. And at 9, your technical 9 goes back to 1, which would be your C note if you're playing in the key of C. Oh, that is like, what is that? What is going on? I don't care. I'm done looking outside. I'm done looking outside. There's too much stuff going on. I know my stuff. When it comes to music, I know my stuff. I love music, dude. I'm jazz, though. I like jazz. So, when you talk about inharmonics and shit, FBI's gonna kick my... Dude, FBI can do whatever the fuck they want. I'm gonna piss on them. If FBI ever kicks open my door, I'm peeing on every single one of them. That sounds like a joke. I do not care. Like, fuck you. I'm gonna use my voice, and I will make sure that my final moment is one of the funniest things to me personally, so that I don't have to have any sort of guilt moving on. I posted it in the chat. You can scroll up and find it. I put a link, but it's called oh my god, what is it called? Zen harmonics / microtones and the effect on the human body. I have to leave here soon. I gotta do some stuff. My phone's on 20%. I've been streaming. My phone was on 100%. Golly, I've been just fucking. Yeah, it's Zen harmonics and microtones and the effect of the human. I'll post that in there too in case. But there's the title of the video as well if you need that. There's no way that... I'm just gonna delete your comment, dude. That's wild. The same person that was coming in here and arguing with the whole like experience thing ended up commenting on like 2 of the videos the same thing. So I just went ahead and deleted those comments. That's like wild behavior. It also has a Zen harmonic song in the description That is probably one of my favorite songs ever using Zen harmonics. This dude knows how to use Zen harmonics in music. He is super fucking talented. No, actually, I got like, I don't think people like get how I check my notifications. If I'm sitting here and I see a random notification pop up, I'm going to click on it. That's just what I do. And it was just the same thing. Like, bro, chill out. Like, it's okay. We get it. But like, you ain't gotta be so weird about it. The fuck? I don't know, man. People just be people. That's okay. I ain't got a problem with it. I just ain't got room for it. I might not have a problem, but I don't have room. Punching clouds and shit. That's what we gotta do. I gotta get off. Stop shuffling cards. You have shit to do. God. Alright, I have to get off. Because if I don't, I'm going to literally sit here all day and forget to pay for my room today. But they know me. Oh my god. I can get back on later. I know I can. Anyway, thank you all for being here. The talks, the exchange of ideals, it's always wonderful. It's truly, I love being here with y'all. I love each and every one of you, to the moon and back, tenfold and forever. It's truly always funny being here. It's always something great happening. I really can never complain. But I love each and every one of y'all, to the moon and back. Could you message me on Discord when you go live? Could you message me so I know who to message? I can do that for sure, though. I'll probably start using I'll probably like find a bot or something to ping, whenever I go live on whenever I go live on YouTube for Discord. I'll look for one of those as well today. But regardless, I love you all so much, to the moon and back, tenfold and forever, and I will see y'all later.